I mean the back team, the back room team. Welcome as well. As and when honourable members will be, maybe I should introduce them as well. Get them to right. On my right is Honourable Mpisi. There's also Honourable Fasia San. She's coming in now. She's here. She's a young NPL. On my left, we've got Honourable Dos Santos, and then we've got Honourable Itani Mkwebo. Those are our honourable members present. And one last thing, where are those gadgets for translations? Do we have them? Oh yes, well, I forgot that it's hybrid. Yes, we do have another two honourable members present, but they are online. There's Member Adams, as well as Member Ramulifu, which I think we had submitted his apology, but he's not in the country, but he has logged into our stakeholder session, so he's also listening in. You might get to hear his voice, both their voices as and when they contribute. Okay, the gadgets, there will be gadgets that will be distributed for those who want to translation. We call them Bring Us Back. They are not yours for keeps. All right? They've got channels, they've got 5 channels. The first channel is English. When you click on it, 1, it's English. The second one is, when you press 2, it's for Afrikaans. When you press 3, it's for Sesotho or Sepedi. When you press 4, it's for Izulu or Xhosa. And then when you press 5, it's Chivenda Stonga. So that is how you're going to get those mediums of communication. You'll just raise your hand, they will see you. The team, the protocol team will see you, then they'll come and give you the gadget. I repeat, I fail at this session, you can't use it anywhere, so just bring it back, please. I know they look nice and savvy, but it's for us here, so please. All right? Now that we're done with our admin, honourable members, I think I was going to be on apologies, but we do have Honourable Ramulifu online. So, do we have any apologies?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all our members and also to our stakeholders. Yes, Chair, we received one apology from Member Alberts. He's attending to party meeting. Thanks.
Okay.
Good morning, honourable members and chairperson, and good morning, colleagues and stakeholders. Chairperson, I also want to formally register the apology of the HOD, Musue, who's on leave, but also apology of 3 other DDGs who are also on leave, given the fact that it's a school break. DDG Albert Cheney, DDG Alison Bengson, and CFO. They are all on leave. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll note all those apologies. Honourable members, can I have a confirmation of the agenda? A move in a second.
Thank you, Chair. I so move.
A second, Chair.
And I second. Member Adams.
Can I suggest as well, Chair, that I could see that the program is too long. We can't be here till 5 o'clock. I would suggest that we request the presenters to at least give us the executive summaries of their presentations, so that we can have enough time to engage with the stakeholders. And thank you. So that we can then be able to take a lot of information that the portfolio committee need to have from the stakeholders. So I suggest that at least, Chair, if we are late, we should leave here at 1, if we are late. But I would suggest that through that process that our department would engage on, it will help us to actually minimize the time that we would have spent here. Thank you.
All right, no, it's fine. It's noted on PC. I'm sure they are listening. All of them. Okay. Let me just thank you for the adoption of the agenda, and obviously noting what you've said on PC as well. I'll just go through a brief overview of the session, the mandate of the GPL. The purpose of this session, amongst other, today, is to receive a presentation, firstly from the Gauteng Department of Education, on the following: the provision of quality education in Gauteng Province, progress report on matters related to COVID-19, provision of information and information technology, ICT in schools, progress made regarding schools infrastructure development in the province, progress made regarding online admission for 2022 academic year, youth development programs and other GOD-related matters within the sector. So those are the presentation where we will receive from the Gauteng Department of Education. Further, we will receive and deliberate and discuss inputs from the committee and stakeholders. As stated in the declaration of the President, all the standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature are in place and all must adhere to them. Respect fellow speakers, stakeholders are asked to raise their hands and they will be guided by myself as the chair while presiding the session. Just to give you a brief overview of our mandate as a committee, the mandate of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature is to conduct oversight on the provincial government, GPG. It investigates any functions of the member of executive councils and their department through the legislature committees. Furthermore, committees can summon any departmental official, including the MEC, to appear before them to provide them with information through lawmaking, oversight, public participation, and cooperative governance, as well as public hearings, focus intervention studies, budget, quarterly and annual report processes. Thus, the Education Portfolio Committee is entrusted with the following responsibility: to deal with the provincial bills and other provincial matters that are related to, referred to it by the Speaker or by resolution of the House, to deal with national bills and other national matters submitted to the committee by the Speaker, to maintain oversight on the manner in which the MEC and his or her department fulfill responsibilities, including the implementation of legislation, to report regularly to the House on the performance of the Gauteng Department of Education, to report annually to the House on its activities, to ensure that the interest of the public is served through the lawmaking and oversight processes of the legislature and public participation, to perform any other function assigned to it by the legislature. That is the purpose and our role as the Portfolio Committee on Education. So the next item, I think the presenters would have been guided. I think all the members, we do agree. Okay. Okay, let me just, I've been given a list of acknowledgement. Thank you, Tabo. Let me acknowledge Saadi Mutsunyani, Kitloditswe Development and Trading, exploring the benefits of asset-based community development as a theme in life orientation and learning area. Let me acknowledge Naha, Let me acknowledge United Front for SGB. Let me also acknowledge Dr. Michelle Bota, she's from the Center for Disability and Rehabilitation Studies, from the Western Cape Network on Disability. I think that's what's written. And also let me acknowledge COSAS West Rand as well. I'm not going to say Viva anything. I'm just acknowledging COSAS.
No, you can't start that, you know. We're going to fight now. There's no Viva what here.
Yeah, so those are we will acknowledge as and when we proceed. I think Tabo is here to just be able to brief us on the program. Who do we have? But clearly, like I said, we do have quite a number of stakeholders who are interested, who do actively participate in the education sector. We'll be getting the 5 presentations from the department, acting HOD. Like we said, the executive summary will actually help us. All right, we'll take all 5. And then, in fact, we'd rather take all 6. If the MEC can arrive, the 6th one was supposed to be led by him. But if he's not here yet, we'll continue. That is on youth development programs. All right, acting HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity for us to come and participate in this public engagement led by the Portfolio Committee. I need to indicate, Chairperson, that I'm not alone in this particular gathering from the department senior management side. I'm also accompanied by DDG, Acting DDG Nzobi, Chief Director Baloi, Chief Director Puote, Chief Director Froneman, Chief Director Hamza, Director Madonzela, Director Piebai, Director Maboya, Director Shabalala, Director Jordan, and Acting Chief Director Mukhosi. I know DDG of GSRA, Ms. Pesimoleke, is running late. She'll be joining us in due course. I also, Chairperson, through your permission, would like to also indicate to the House that as per the request of the committee, we made available 8 copies of the presentations on Braille for the partially sighted attendees. And Faisal is saving the copies. The partially sighted attendees, if they could identify themselves, we've got all the 6 presentations, 8 copies thereof for all participants, because we are notified that 8 of members will be members from the partially sighted group. So that is the indication, Chairperson. There are 6 presentations, Chairperson. The 6th one on youth also has got a presentation, Chairperson, and we have lined ourselves up to do those presentations. And the first one, we want to start with the environmental scan, which relates to COVID. I'll lead that one. The second presentation, Chairperson, will be matters relating to ICT in schools, which will be led by Dr. Nzobi, our acting DDG for education support. And then the third presentation will be on quality of education in the province, which will be led by Chief Director Puote. The fourth one will be online admissions, update on that one by Director Madonzela. The fifth one, Chairperson, will be a presentation on infrastructure updates, which will be led by Chief Director Baloi. And then the last one, as you indicated, Chairperson, DDG Moleke, as CEO of GSRA, will be leading that one on youth. And then there's a small portion which is on Giodi. We've got our director, Mabuya, who will also handle it. But as you requested, Chairperson, we'll deal with the high-level aspects of these presentations, given the fact that some of them have been shared previously with stakeholders and with the committee. I would like to start with the first one, through your permission, Chairperson. The COVID one. Is it going to be projected? Maybe while they're connecting, Chairperson, if you allow me to maybe to set the context so that I deal with the background issues while the presentation is being loaded. To indicate to the stakeholders that this particular sector is one of the sectors which was heavily affected by COVID. And COVID-19 in this particular sector had huge potential impact of affecting the future of our society, given the fact that it was delaying the education of the South African child. Therefore, the department had to be ready and be prompt in ensuring that all COVID measures are compliant, are implemented promptly so that we are compliant. And in that regard, the department decided to introduce what we call COVID or coronavirus prevention toolbox. That toolbox was based on the mandates of the command center nationally, the mandates of the provincial command center, and the mandates of the Department of Health in relation to how to present the spread of COVID in our sector. And one of the basic elements which we introduced as a department in line with the Department of Health guidelines was to ensure that corona and COVID can be managed by basic hygiene. The first step was to ensure that when you leave home or when you go to the bathrooms or any other environment, you wash your hands thoroughly, so that we don't look at the sanitizer as the washing of hands. Sanitizer is a second measure of ensuring that we are compliant. So the toolbox starts from that element of washing hands, sanitizing, wearing a mask, screening, social distancing, until we come to a situation where our MEC say that if everything fails, you retreat. And retreating comprised of issues like where there were too many number of infections in a particular environment or school, we had to close the schools during that particular period. In a situation where there were too many infections in a particular environment at the office or a classroom, we had to make sure that that particular environment is deep cleaned. Therefore, those toolboxes also helped us to ensure that we contain the virus. So that's just as a background. I thought I would get into the presentation now, but I'll be guided by the presenters. I don't know whether, Chairperson, I can proceed while they are loading. Sure. Thank you, Chairperson. As part and parcel of managing COVID, because COVID was spreading fast, or it's a disease which spreads fast, we as a department decided that we wanted to have a situation whereby officials and people who are infected or affected can report their cases immediately wherever they are. Therefore, in March 2020, we immediately introduced a hotline where schools and offices can report cases of COVID immediately, and the senior managers and Department of Health and the teams could respond immediately. We then created what we call a GDE COVID-19 inquiries email, where all schools can immediately notify the department about COVID cases. And on the basis of those reports, the management of the department could take a decision whether to close the school or whether to isolate that particular classroom or learners, and ensure that the Department of Health works with us in ensuring that we contain the virus. But you'll know that in 2020 COVID year, I prefer to call it COVID year, we had more employees or teachers testing positive as compared to learners. But in this report today, since the beginning of the year and even last year, we are reporting as a department that now we've got more learners who are infected by COVID than employees or than teachers. But all these colleagues and learners are receiving support from the department and from the Department of Health in ensuring that we contain COVID, especially in schools where we've got hostels, because those learners are living in that particular environment day in, day out, in the classroom and in the hostels, therefore they are getting a priority. But at the beginning of this year, in January, we were blessed, Chairperson and honorable members, that the isolation period was reduced. I think it used to be 14 days, and at some stage it was 10 days, and it was reduced to 7 days. And we also given a reprieve in the sector that our schools were now allowed to reopen, and also the social distancing of 1 meter was also set aside as announced by the minister. We were also blessed, Chairperson, that the learners of ages 12 or 12 upwards were also allowed to receive vaccinations. As we know that vaccinations are also one of the key aspects of controlling corona in our societies. We can go to slide 4. On slide 4, okay, this is slide 1. On slide 4, we are now trying to show or to share with the stakeholders and members. Just go one slide back. Yeah, in this slide, we are reporting to the stakeholders that the resumption of schooling started on the 12th of January 2022. And we are also indicating that the academic year may sound too long, but if you count the actual attendance days from January right up to the end of the year, we only have a mere 199 schooling days, which is very small. Next slide. Next slide. I spoke about this one. Next one. On this slide, we are showing that as of the 11th of March, the COVID cases in schools, in fact, I think we went too far. Go back. I just want to show the stakeholders about that table, the first table. Go back. Go back. Go back. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Oh yeah, we missed the slide. The slide which we missed here was indicating to the stakeholders that when we reopened schools in January, there was only one school, one public school which could not open, given the fact that there was vandalism in those schools. But this particular slide is showing you the cumulative report as of the 11th of March of the COVID-19 cases. In total, we had, as of 11th of March, since January, 2,773 COVID cases in schools. And as I indicated, the majority of those cases were learners. But the highest impact of these infections were in Johannesburg North District and Tshwane North District. Next slide. Next one. This slide is the highlights. To say that our target as a province was that by March 2022, we're supposed to have reached 70% of our population vaccinated. And the key vaccine policy was to target priority essential workers, and then thereafter learners 12 years and older. But we had a number of challenges which led us not to reach that particular target. One of the things was documentation. The second one was the society or our sector being vaccine hesitant, particularly from learners and education staff. And the other one was all about staffing in terms of the clinical operators within our program. And then the last one was the issue of scheduling of schools, which was not confirmed on time. The next part of the presentation deals with the open schools. I see the presentation is gone now. It's no longer showing. On the opening of schools, as I indicated, as of February when we opened the schools, all public ordinary schools, including public Elsen schools, opened on time, except one, which is in Johannesburg North, and that particular school could not open due to vandalism, and the infrastructure team had to ensure that they attend to it as soon as possible to ensure that they could open, but they could not open during the first week of reopening. Next slide. Right. And we're indicating this particular slide that although all schools open, there are still 47 schools in the province which received permission to continue with rotational classroom management. You remember in the earlier slide I indicated that Minister gave us permission to allow all learners to go to attend schooling without the social distancing mandates. But the 47 schools could not call all learners. They continued with rotational learning, given the fact that there were not enough classrooms, furniture was not sufficient. There were also, to some extent, shortage of teachers, including LTSM. And then the department responded accordingly to support those schools since the beginning of this pandemic by providing a total of 144 mobile classrooms. 108 schools were also funded to build their own 408 additional classrooms. Additional educators were provided, including LTSM and furniture. And 67 schools received furniture to alleviate overcrowding as of the 12th January 2022, even though it was at the beginning of the year. Next slide. This next slide is showing you the return of independent schools. It was 100%. All the schools managed to come back, both ordinary independent schools and independent LSN schools. Next slide. In the next few slides, we are showing you learner attendance. We are tracking learner attendance. Learner attendance is a good indicator of how we achieve our curriculum, but it's also a good indicator in showing how the classrooms are affected by COVID. And we are also showing you attendance per week. I don't want to go into the details. You'll know that during the February month, up to the early February, we had 94% attendance. And then later on, during the latter part of March, we had 74% attendance. That is the learner attendance. The next one is the educator attendance. As far as educator attendance, the first few weeks of our reopening, we had 96% educator attendance, and it continued in the region of the 90s until the last week or the third week of April, where we dropped to 71% attendance. And we need to note that these attendance figures are based on the districts which submitted stats when we're doing the monitoring. Next slide. Next slide is about infrastructure, nutrition, and transport. This particular area, we're just indicating that 501 schools were vandalized in our province since the inception of the lockdown, and the 51 of those schools were affected by vandalism after resumption of 2022 academic year. That is, this year only 51 were affected. And we are also highlighting that 462 of those schools, or 92% of the 501 schools, are complete in terms of refurbishment. And in terms of dealing with those vandalism, we provided 344 mobile classrooms. And I know stakeholders will say, given these vandalism acts, what is the department doing about it? We are providing patrollers to ensure that they look after our schools, but in high priority schools, which are high risk, we have also made sure that we provide private security guard. It's costly to the department, but we had to make sure that our infrastructure is protected. Next slide. This is about school nutrition. Nutrition is important, especially during COVID. We've got approximately 1.6 million learners who are benefiting from our national school nutrition program, and 1.5 of them are being fed at school, and 1,964 are collecting meals from nearby schools. And we in this particular financial year, 2022-2023, which is starting in 5 days' time, we are targeting 1,000 619 learners to benefit from this particular program. As far as scholar transport is concerned, we just want to indicate that we've got approximately 185,000 learners that needs learner transport, given the fact that learners are traveling all over within the province. But we are providing this service to 171,000 learners who are benefiting from this service, and then 4,778 of them are from Elsen schools. And in this particular case, you're also indicating that all our buses are compliant, and all of them, when they get into the buses, they are encouraged or forced, in fact, compelled to comply with the COVID protocols, including sanitization. Next slide. As a department and a sector, we acknowledge that managing COVID cannot just be managed through compliance on these protocols, but there was also a need for psychosocial support, both for learners and our employees. And in that particular case, we entered into collaboration with a number of NGOs to ensure that we create capacity to provide these, it's gone again, to provide these services to our employees and learners. And these services are provided in multiple formats. Some of them is online or through a telephone call, one-on-one, in a private space. Others are in a group format, where a group of people are directly affected or indirectly affected by COVID. Therefore, those services are available, and we know that we've got a service provider which is helping us in this regard, and we also have a partnership with Childline. 24-hour crisis line is available. And you'll know that in the next slide, we are listing all the services which we are providing for teachers, all the services which we are providing for non-teaching staff, which include the youth brigades, and we're also providing all the services which we are providing to our learners who are sitting in the classroom every day with our teachers. And these services, remember, when the extended family or families also are affected, we also extend them to family members. While they're loading, I'll continue with the presentation, they'll catch up. In 2022 MTF, the department is continuing to pay special attention to COVID-19 to ensure that we are compliant, but also to ensure that we continue learning and teaching, even though it's under difficult circumstances, but we prioritize the learner in all cases. We also want to report that, as I indicated, the schools reopened on the 7th of February. The 1 meter aspect, as I indicated, was relaxed, but also indicated that 4.5 of the ordinary school did not return to normal schooling due to shortages of space, as we indicated, and also showed the number of mobiles we provided, the LTSM, etc. But I just want to come to the issue of the PPEs, which has been one of the issues which was important. It's not showing yet. I'll just go through the PPEs, which is the last part of this particular presentation. We regard PPEs as one of the critical requirements or elements of making sure that we are compliant at school level and at offices. And we started our deliveries in 2021 November, and we paused in December to avoid a situation whereby these goods will be lost or stolen in our schools. Therefore, we stopped in December and resumed the distribution from the warehouse to the schools in January. Next slide. Next slide. Next one. Yeah, this slide is an important one. It shows all the 15 districts, and it also shows the kind of material we provided. The first column, the blue one, being the sanitizers, the next one being the liquid soap, The next one being the service cleaners, and then paper towels, and then the last one being gloves. And we are also giving the quantities there per district, and then from those districts, we are also distributing to the schools. The next slide. This next slide is also showing the distribution in all the 15 districts. And it's showing also the status in terms of the distribution and the total number of schools covered. The next slide. I see our projection is struggling today. The distribution for February was planned, and the distribution also commenced on the 17th of February. And it was also, we are also announcing that the procurement of masks has also been completed in terms of the tender process, and we will be supplying the additional masks to schools in the next distribution cycle. Next slide. Our projection is struggling today. On this one, we are also giving you the same update of February, and it shows all the distribution of the sanitizers, the soap, and the surface cleaners. And then I think that this is the last slide. But what we need to announce as a department, as the last comment, Chairperson, is that this stock, which has been distributed to district and schools, we are always on guard, and we are ensuring that the stock are being replenished on a regular basis from our warehouse. I'll pause here, Chairperson, and if you allow me, call Dr. Nzobi to lead the next presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you, Acting HOD. Maybe before we present, welcome, MEC. I just want to also acknowledge Tiger Brands Foundation, which also provides nutritional foods in some of our schools.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, MEC, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Department of Education, led by the Acting HOD Mutlana, esteemed members of the community and education stakeholders. Chairperson, as guided, we just needed to give a synopsis of the presentation. This is a long presentation of 60 slides. I'll just attempt to take you through 10 slides just to capture the essence, because the presentation is focusing on successes and challenges of the Gauteng ICT rollout between the period 2014 to 2022. Chairperson, the presentation covers the milestones to date, but we are also making a case for e-education in Gauteng schools, sharing with the meeting the components of our strategy, the rollout phases, and we are also exploring various financial models. And we would have learned lessons as we were rolling out. We are sharing with the meeting those lessons, both technological successes of the ICT project, as well as project successes, including setbacks. The presentation also covers the period in which we were challenged by COVID-19, and the system had to reposition the solution to cater for virtual learning. Chairperson, the fifth political administration consolidated the standalone ICT projects between 2014 and 2015 when it took over, and conceived a strategy in 2015. And the policy and legislative framework underpinning this strategy was the NDP, National Development Plan, the DBE ICT strategy, but also inspired by the GPG strategic pillars on transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization. We're also looking at the Gauteng City Region delivery targets as contained in the MEC's delivery contract with the Premier of the province, including progress on ICT. And of course, the department had to come up with this strategy. Firstly, the social environment of the learners had changed. Therefore, learners expected to be engaged and changing the environment in the classroom. And the objective in the main was to improve educational outcomes and learner attainment rapid and at scale. The department focused on public ordinary schools and had a bias towards township schools from grade 12 to grade 8 on a phased approach. Initially, the priority was no fee-paying schools, but later included all township schools in the secondary. Even though when the pilot started, it started with 7 schools in between 2014 and 2015 financial year. These schools, we refer to them as 7 because they had 5 schools which are secondary schools, 2 were primary schools. Then if you also look at them, 6 of them were in the township and 1 was a former model schools. Well, alongside the phased introduction or implementation of ICTs, we've had to bring in other schools on an end-to-end support. These schools meaning would be covered from grade 8 to grade 12. Each learner in that school would have a device, each educator would have a laptop, and each classroom would have an LED board. Well, coverage to date is that we are now at grade 10, and in the next financial year we'll be going to grade 9. The content platform has been developed with all relevant content to support schools that are on self-initiation, meaning we are also encouraging the bring your own device, which is more prevalent in your former Model C schools. The rollout, of course, has been slowed down by budgetary constraints. We've also been affected by low retrieval rate in some schools, but also challenges on maintenance and replacement of these devices. But as a response to COVID-19 challenges, the GDE solution has been repositioned from being a classroom-based, because as a big system as well during COVID, we were affected, and Gauteng thought it was ready, but we've also realized that we've had to repurpose our solution, meaning that it had to cater for virtual learning, not only focus on the classroom. We are concluding the building of a multimedia studio. Here we are supported by Saibono, which caters for those learners who are currently not benefiting from the solution, but we are able to share educators. Educators can share a classroom and teach to a number of classes whilst using this solution. To date, Chairperson would have covered over 200,000 learners. We have distributed devices. To date, 8,000 classrooms in the province have LED devices. We have supported over 16,000 educators with laptops. We have a digital content framework which was developed, and content is provided to gateway subjects prioritizing grade 4 to grade 12. And all the developed content is uploaded on the web-based GDE content platform. And plans are, of course, in place to cover other grades. In terms of connectivity, we have modified our connectivity solution, which extends beyond physical connection in the form of LAN, and when in the classroom. Now we support learners in the form of 40 terabytes on connectivity, where learners received data, SIM cards, and a 4G dongle. And to date, 130 schools are connected. And our pace here, we are looking at 150 schools per year in the coming years. Of course, I must also state, Chairperson, that whilst the NDP and the white paper state and the State of the Nation addresses all the time commit on universal ICT coverage by end of this term, the allocation for ICT has been reduced over years, except for last year where there was an additional budget for ICTs. But the commitment that we have made as a department is that by the end of this term, all secondary schools, township schools, shall have been covered. And the impact has been very interesting, such that it has also changed the face of the township education. But a case for ICT in education, especially for Gauteng, I would have mentioned earlier, is improving educational outcomes. We are increasing learner performance. We are also improving learner engagement, changing classroom experience, and introducing new skills for curriculum delivery. And most importantly, we are also unlocking administrative efficiencies as we introduce learners to the fourth industrial revolution. But we are also improving on the administration side, unlocking administrative efficiencies whilst ensuring that management and the school as an institution takes data-driven decisions. And the support for stakeholders, we are supporting the educators, we are supporting the learners, we are also improving the establishment or administration. And in terms of the educators, we are deepening curriculum knowledge, but we are also assisting teachers to teach better. And in terms of the learners, we are ensuring that there is interactive and adaptive material which will ensure that learners are engaged, but we are providing access to teaching in the form of independent learning, and we are also able to provide for remedial lessons. But we are improving social cohesion, bridging the socio-economic gap between learners. You don't have learners that will be enthused to go to former Model C schools when we can provide the same infrastructure in the township. But as for the administration, we want to enhance performance management. We also want to ensure that we improve the administration and strengthen the center so that the administration is able to support schools. As I conclude, Chair, I would also share with the members and the public elements of the strategy of the Gauteng Education ICT strategy. Firstly, it's infrastructure. On infrastructure, we do minor refurbishment to convert these classrooms into smart classrooms. Here it will be flooring, it will be ceiling, but also ensuring that there are plugs, electrical plugs. And we also provide security features in windows and doors. We provide devices for classrooms, for educators, and in selected schools, not all schools, we provide learner devices. We do provide connectivity, and on connectivity, it would be wide area network, local area network, but we also provide mobile connectivity so that learners can have access to their devices and content after hours. We do make provision for e-content, static and non-static content, which includes books and multimedia-rich content. At the heart of our strategy is professional development, that which we refer to as teacher development, training educators, learners, including parents, stakeholders, appreciating that not all educators are at the same level of e-maturity. There's a concern, of course, around security as well. On security, it would be physical security, especially in full ICT schools, electronic security. All devices have a tracking solution so that we are able to recover them. but we also monitor them to ensure that learners don't have access to undesirable content. And lastly, the strategy has research, an element of research, knowledge management to enhance innovation so that as we roll out, we record, we improve, and make changes where necessary. Chairperson, can I please leave it here? Just to state that by 2024, at the end of this term, all secondary township schools should have been covered by this rollout. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Dr. Nzovi. Chairperson, through your permission, I would like to invite Chief Director Puote to come and lead us on the provision of quality education in the province. As she comes up, I think she can come and sit in front to present. Chief Director Puote. Chairperson, I also want to indicate that this particular presentation is about curriculum, and as you know that we are all about curriculum. This is the core business of the department, and Chief Director Puote is the one who drives and leads the implementation of the curriculum processes and programs within the department. Over to you, Chief Director.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, HOD, departmental officials, and our stakeholders present here today. The presentation is a whole 91 slides, but I will give, as the Chairperson has requested, a summarised version of them. If we have a look at the quality of education in our province, we have to first of all have a look at what was performance in our cohort of 2021, but not the grade 12s specifically, the other grades, because those are the learners who are in the system this year. And we need to look, we'll give an indication of the interventions and the plans and some exciting developments in terms of schools of specialisation. I'm not going to go into the details of the impact of COVID, but just so that our stakeholders know that our learners for the past 2 years have not been exposed to standardised assessments or formal examinations. And that's very important that we understand then the results analysis in the context of that as we go forward. All tests were school-based, school-developed, and there was no benchmark assessment of any of the learners in the system, and that would have affected our grade 12 learners in their performance in their exams because they only got a chance to write an exam before the final exam in those 2 years of schooling. If we have a look, from today, there are 76 days left for our matric learners and 123 days for all other learners. If we look at what happened in 2021, the throughput rate, as you will see there on the very right-hand side, is increasing steadily, and it now sits at 84%, meaning that less and less learners are actually dropping out of the system in our province. If we look at the pass rate per grade for 2021, we will note that this for grade 1 was 90.78%, and it stayed in the 90s. And then in grades 8 and 9, there was the dip. There is that usual dip. And then grade 10 and 11 picked up from there. These slides that I'm flicking through, Chairperson and members, just shows for the home languages and the mathematics what was happening there. But in terms of performance, it increased since 2019 and 2020 due to the fact that it was all internal assessment used to determine a learner's, whether a learner was promoted at the end of a grade. So the pattern across the board is very similar from 2019 all the way through to 2021 in the GET grades, that's grades 1 to 9. If we look at grade 10 to 12, specifically at the current grade 12 class, we will note that on this slide there was the performance stayed steady from grade 10 to 11 for this cohort, but also reminding ourselves that there was no standardized assessment or exams, and they achieved 81% going into grade 12 this year. If we have a look at the pass, as I indicated here, is that for grade 10, across the years, it has incrementally gone up, except in 2021 where there was a drop, and for grade 11 also incrementally gone up, except a drop for 2021 for our grade 11s. And in commercial subjects, the pass rate has slowly increased as well, in keeping with the pass rate, as well as in the general subjects. So across the board, a general trend of increase across all subjects. If we have a look at the maths and science in the FET, that's grades 10 and 11, there are, if we look at the subject average in the very right-hand column, you will note that subject average is the average achieved by the cohort in a subject, and 38.6 for life sciences, for example, in grade 10 in 2021, and you will note then for the life sciences for grade 11 was 41.28. So the quality of the pass is something we will be attending to, as that's a low average. Then our plans for 2022, Chairperson and colleagues, I'm just going to go in over the overarching slide, which shows us the pillars. We have a strategy that spans all of our grades 1 to grade 12, and it's based on 6 pillars. One is legal frameworks and directives. Pillar 2 is the curriculum delivery. Pillar 3 is assessments. Pillar 4 is teacher development. Pillar 5 is systems development. And they are covered by Pillar 6, cross-cutting pillar, which is monitoring, evaluation, and support for the system. Just to emphasize that in this year, under Pillar 1, we are ensuring adherence to the full calendar for the school here, because we are back to full school attendance, except those schools where there are still challenges with space. We'll continue with our extended learning time programs, such as SIP, which takes place after schools, on weekends, and in holidays. In terms of curriculum delivery, ensure that what our teachers are teaching is aligned with the annual teaching plans and the school calendar for 2022, provide refresher sessions to the teachers, provide guidance also on how to manage self-study learning activities at home, especially for those children who cannot be at school every day at the moment, and the expansion of our broadcast program to include more grades and more subjects. For assessments, aligning the assessments with baseline assessments and looking at diagnostic interventions. How do we use the assessment to improve our teaching and learning? For teacher development, expanding our programs to include the all-important recovery of learning losses and the diagnostic use of assessment and remedial practices. And then from systems development perspective, to optimize the utilization of all resources. We've given a lot of resources to the schools, and we need to make sure that they are indeed being used. And then in terms of monitoring, evaluation, support, in strengthening accountability and the actual framework that is utilized. And we are busy doing that by setting provincial criteria and standards to ensure that all of our districts and schools, we are benchmarking them against the same standards when it comes to our monitoring and support, and ensuring that all levels in the system indeed are providing oversight and monitoring and support, and tracking learner performance as well on a quarterly basis, so that we don't wait until the end of the year to see if things are working, they're not working, and where learners need assistance. In terms of these pillars, we are obviously have the ECD, the function shift, that is upon us as of the 1st of April. So our strategy includes our ECD learners, and there are curriculum readiness programs for our pre-grade R and our grade R within the strategy. We also have our provincial numeracy and reading strategy, which has its 9 pillars, and focusing very, very strongly on the development of oral reading fluency already in the early grades, because we know that impacts on performance in grade 12. In mathematics, promoting the use of online platforms such as Siyavula, which are very strong diagnostically based programs where you get feedback immediately on where your areas of weakness or strength are. So looking at using digital platforms there. And then in terms of international assessments such as SACMEC and TIMS, we've already started preparation on those as we are due to go into the next round of assessments for these international tests. Again, as with ECD, our foundation phase program fits into the strategy, as well as our intermediate and senior phase program. But we do acknowledge that the transition from grade 3 to 4 is a challenge regarding language use, and there is an intervention there to support those teachers and learners, as well as for our grade 8 and 9 mathematics, having gone from grade 7, this is why we find the biggest drop in performance is in the mathematics. I'm not going to go through the details of all those interventions. I've spoken to them broadly. For our FET learners, we do have a specific intervention, the ReLab intervention, which is worksheets which helps to cover the lost content and the strengthening of learning, and many other resources that will be provided, and very focused resources for our grade 12 learners, as well as assessment support. And for our grade 12 learners, there will be a first push where we consolidate what happened in the 2021 exams. The second push where we're going to monitor and support those interventions, and the last push, which is revision and exam readiness for those learners. Very detailed teacher development plans as well in terms of assessment and how to use assessment and how to address curriculum recovery. They're subjects that are put on the critical list that will receive attention. For example, just to mention in the InterSen, all home languages, and in FET, maths literacy, physical science, business economics, etc., those subjects where the performance has seen a dip. In terms of our SIP program, we are implementing the school-based SIP program across all schools at a district level, and all the schools below 83% are part of the program. Just to indicate that besides the school-based SIP, our provincial program includes the live broadcasts, recorded broadcasts, and the live broadcasting is now taking place daily, every day during the school term. There's SIP camps, the assessments are conducted to identify gaps, we monitor and support, and Sibona has come on board to provide incentives for learners to encourage them to participate and improve their performance. Our regional and district plans are informed by the analysis of the exam results from last year, as well as the provincial strategy and the 6 pillars there, and each region and its districts has tabled their plans and are busy implementing those plans within their circuits. We're reinforcing the 5 T's as the non-negotiables in our classrooms and in our schools. Everybody in class on time, correct timetabling, time on task, textbooks, and testing to ensure that our teachers are indeed teaching in the classrooms, ensuring that all the necessary documents are there, and that the districts are providing the support through a variety of mechanisms. Some might need a visit, some might need a document, some might need assistance with planning. And then just from a departmental perspective, our DDG, our HOD, and our MSc all actively engage with curriculum delivery in the province as well. From the DDG curriculum, we have the SIP meetings, meetings with managers, meetings with divisions, with coordinators, with principals, with districts, and there's an exciting development. I'm not going through those details, but the webinars that were implemented and we will continue to implement across different topics where the need is communicated, we will continue with very topical webinars. And there we have had great success in terms of the numbers of attendees and participation. Our HOD, the regular one-on-ones and accountability sessions, investigations where relevant, and in addition, top management, curriculum support, where once a month meetings are convened to ensure that what we have said is happening in our strategy is indeed happening. And for the MSc, the 7 a.m. meetings, the holistic whole school improvement support program, and then finally, Chairperson and attendees, our reorganization of schools project, which has the SOS twinning and our multi-certification program and technical schools. Here, just to say that our schools of specialization to date, we provide support to 16 schools in their specified areas of specialization. These numbers increase as a school indicates that they have the resources and have met all the criteria to indeed be considered a school of specialization. So far, 5 have been gazetted and will be launched in 2022, and the another 7 have indicated their readiness, and we're busy with the audit and evaluation process to determine their readiness to come on into this program. The twinning is going well, and this looks at improving school functionality so that we can improve the quality of teaching learning in the school and therefore learner performance. The aim is to expand this to include at least one twinning set of schools per district going forward. The multi-certification program is also an exciting program, as what it does, it allows a learner to exit grade 12 with a certificate that has credit bearing or is recognized. It's not just an attendance certificate, but that the learner then exits the schooling system at the end of grade 12 with skills that will help them in accessing the changing world of work as they go into the workplace or further training and education. Just a few examples: drone technology, coding and robotics, first aid, entrepreneurship are just a few to mention there. And then we have quite a developed technical skills program within this program. We've got learners that have gone through plumbing, welding, EGD and CAD programs. And again, they will be awarded their certificate of competency, those that have completed in 2021, and these programs will continue. Our technical high schools, just to mention here, we've got 11 that are fully classified as technical high schools. The aim is to expand over the next 5 years to 16 schools. The equipment, etc., is very expensive at these schools. They are resourced via the MST grant and have received different types of resources across the last 3 years, in the last 3-year cycle, and to ensure that the learners there are able to access the practical activities, participate in those. But the very good news is that we have been allocated an additional budget starting now from the new financial year, 2022-2023, of 50 million for the first year across the MTEF to assist in the capitalization of the technical high schools, to ensure that high-value equipment, resources and consumables are indeed available. And then just in conclusion, our interventions for our learners across the province take into account all unplanned eventualities, so that should a situation arise where a learner is not able to attend school, not only due to COVID, but other reasons, that their schooling process is not disrupted. We will continue with our key interventions, which have been successful across the last 2 years. Our support will be differentiated according to the categories of performance in the schools, across the learners, the teachers, and the different subjects. We will be providing provincial guidance, and have been already, in several key areas to assist in the strengthened delivery of our curriculum during 2022, and the utilization of resources and the impact of our interventions will be receiving attention in our way forward to measuring whether they're having the desired impact in the classroom for both our teachers and our learners. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Chief Director, for the curriculum presentation. We'll now move on to the next one, Chair, through your permission, on online admissions, an update by Director Madonzela, who will be leading us on this one. While Director Madonzela is coming to the podium, I'll also want to alert the next one is Chief Director Baloyi on infrastructure. If you can also be ready, maybe come to the fore so that we save time. Thanks, Chief Director Port.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Acting HOD. To the honorable members and the colleagues, as well as the stakeholders, good morning. I'm going to go through the PowerPoint, but there are a number of slides that are just giving detail that I'm not going to really talk to. The first slide just gives us an overview of what we're going to cover in the presentation. The presentation is going to look at the 2021 projected numbers, as well as the actual applications that we received. Then we're going to look at the actual placement for 2021. Then we will also look at planning that we are going through in preparation for 2023 academic year, as well as the projected numbers for 2023 as we are preparing ourselves for 2023. The first slide is just giving us a process, the online process. We normally, after we place all the learners, we start with the process and we look at the reviews. So when we do the reviews, we meet the different stakeholders and we go through the application itself as the system. We go through the rules, whether the rules were applied accordingly. We also look at what are the things that needs to be done to improve the service that we are providing to our parents in the province. Then that is followed by documenting the inputs from the different stakeholders. Then we go into developing the business rules for the improvement of the system. Once that is done, it's then presented to executive, which will eventually make the final decisions. And then we then do we also in that process manage the review of some of the feeder zones, not all, but some, particularly where we find that the feeder zones were not necessarily responsive to the needs on the ground. Then we develop the system with the inputs that were given for the enhancements, and once that is done, we then do the testing. After the testing, we develop the guidelines for parents, schools, and the district. Then we mediate those, and for the parents and the public, we communicate those through advocacy campaigns. So that effectively is the entire process before we come to the implementation of the online application for a particular academic year. At this stage, we haven't done some of the processes and completed them, and we are also having not done the development for the system because the reviews are still on, and we're ending our reviews on the 30th of March. So we cannot provide the date for the go live, but we are anticipating going live around July. On this slide, we are just showing how we planned for the 2021-22 academic year. So we looked at the total number of grade 1s, and then we looked at the total number of grade 7s, because when you look at the grade 7s, you know that as they exit the system into the secondary schools, you can determine how many grade 8s you are going to get over and above those that are coming from outside the public ordinary schooling system. Then when you look at your grade 1s, you know how many grade 1s you have in the system, and based on that, you can also look at the inner grades and determine whether you're going to have enough space, and that's how we determine our capacity for each school. When we did that in preparation for this current year, academic year, we then realized that we were going to have an additional 11,962 learners, additional to what we had in the system at that point. So having done that, we then, as actuals, we received a total of we placed 146 learners, 835, which 45,000 of those were less when we look at the final head count from the system. And when we also look at the capacity that we had from the schools. So there's a reflection that there is a difference of about 980, which is about 0.5% of learners, and that are not reflected that are not necessarily accounted for in the system. And those learners, as I go through the system, I will also indicate. And part of those learners were also based on the retentions because we had retentions also in grade 1. For grade 8, we did the same process. We looked at the grade 8s that were in the system at that point, and we looked at the grade 12s because the grade 12s are exiting the system, which will create spaces for the grade 8s to come into the system. And based on that, we projected using the 2.5 growth rate that we normally use, and our projection told us that we will have we can expect 1,709, 529 learners into grade 8. The projected numbers of grade 8 learners that would require additional space at that point were 57,655. So it showed that we have a bigger pressure or a higher pressure in grade 8 than in grade 1. Grade 1 did not necessarily show that much pressure. So when we do that, we also look at the required number of classrooms that we will be needing to place all those learners. And when we did our projections, we looked at an additional number of 1,647 classrooms that may be required if we do receive the additional 57,000 learners. However, the actual of what happened is that as we projected 1,709, 529, the total grade 8 capacity that we had at that time was 1,050, which was way less than what we projected. So already at that point, we knew that we were going to have difficulties in placing the grade 8s because our capacity was less than the projected numbers. So we placed the total unique numbers that we placed were 201, which is 201,543, which is made up of the 191 learners, 989 that were applications and early applications, and also we had 554 late applications, and all those were placed. So when we look at the total number of 201,543, and we looked at what was the actual in the system at the end of the 10th day head count, we found that the system indicated a placement of 201. However, the 10th day head count reflected less. So there was about 51,000 learners, 51,228 learners that needed more classrooms for accommodation. However, when we look at the 10th day stats, it only showed that there is currently 106 learners in the system, which is more than what the system had, but it's a bit less than what we projected and even less than what we placed. So we had to go back and look at what happened to the difference, because we know that we placed 201 learners and the system shows us there's 190 learners. And clearly, when we went back and we did our homework, we realized that there was about 11,437 grade 7 learners that were retained and did not come back to schools to occupy those grade 8 spaces. So, and we also realized that there was a number of learners that were not reporting to schools, and mainly because the parents were not happy with the offers that were given. So they then went to the independent schools. We did individual calls to some of the parents, and we then had a conclusion that all those parents that we did individual calls to indicated that they preferred to go to independent schools, and some of them said they were going to do homeschooling because they didn't get their schools of choice, which was the reason for the less numbers in the system. These are the numbers that we placed in the system. For grade 1, we placed a total of 146,835. For grade 8, we placed a total of 201,543. And all in all, for 2021-22 academic year, we placed 348 and 378 grade 1s and grade 8 in the system. So these numbers are not necessarily talking to what is currently in the system beyond January 2022, because in February we saw a high number of demand of placement. So we know that when we go back and look at the actual numbers in the schools, they might be even more than what we are showing now, because we just took the 10th day stats and we worked from the 10th day stats. This slide is a bit interesting because we also looked at the documented and undocumented, both South Africans and non-South Africans. When you look at the total number of placed learners and you divide it in terms of South Africans and non-South Africans, you will see that 91% of our learners in the system are documented South Africans, which is a positive on our side. However, we still have the 3.39%, which is 11,840 learners that are South Africans that are not documented. So for the non-South Africans, we have 1.03% of non-South Africans that are documented, and we have 4.52% of non-South Africans that are not documented. And we also do know that the system will allow all applicants to apply, despite the fact that they are documented or not documented. The next slide, it just gives the detail of the placement. I'm not going to go through everything in the slide, but the last few bullets on the slide to indicate that we addressed the shortage of classrooms by providing mobiles, and we provided about 105 mobile classrooms, additional to what the system already had as capacity to place. And we also had brick and mortar classrooms built by schools. So 460 classrooms were also built by schools in addition to increase the capacity for placement. For the primary schools, we had out of the 460, 294 were primary classrooms and 271 were for the secondary schools. So that was the additional capacity provided in the system. I'm not going to go through the slide, it just gives the detail of that capacity per district. The next slide is just showing how we've been progressing with placement over the past 3 years. We will also notice that when we look at 2018-19, we had a total of 325,000, both grade 1s and grade 8s. But when you move to 2019-2020, the number went a bit higher to 334,000. And what is interesting is that in 2020, 2021, the numbers came down to 258. We assume that because the borders were closed for the better part of 2020, that's why the numbers were a bit lower, because it was a very unusual phenomenon for the numbers to suddenly come down. However, we then later, when the borders opened, we saw a surge in numbers for inner grades, because then it shows that the people that could not come into the province at that time only came in when the borders opened, and they then had a lot of requests for inner grades. And the current one, we can see it went back up again, and it's even higher than the 2019-20, which was the highest before the 2020 due to the COVID-19 impact. Currently, we are doing the public participation, and we've met quite a number of different stakeholders, and we are reviewing the system, we're reviewing how we're applying the rules, and we are also looking at how best to we deal with the process of admissions to make it an easier process. Then I'm just going to mention a few areas of success that we had. Amongst the successes that we had is that the system has created an efficient, transparent, and a fair management process, because when we use the system, we don't know people by name, but we use numbers and ID numbers, and for that reason, it's making the system a bit more transparent and fair. We also know that majority of parents have indicated that they would rather have the system rather than having to go and queue in the schools, because they don't want to queue and find that they don't even get placed in those schools. The annual stakeholders were also a success, because in all our annual stakeholder meetings, when we do the reviews, we had all our stakeholders really supporting the system and giving us more inputs to make it more efficient. The following are some of the things that we can use in the system. It's easy to track applications. It's from every level of the department or of the operation. You can also identify all available spaces so that you facilitate placement. You can prevent unfair practices and potential discrimination. The system also assists us to have the data to inform timers planning and resourcing, as I have shown how we are planning for the next cycle of admissions. And also there is access to information by all officials in the system, both at school levels, district level, as well as at head office. We had some challenges. However, I'm not going to talk to the challenges as we had presented the challenges before, but just to mention a few, that there's still insistence from parents to have their school of choice. And we also want to acknowledge that we have some challenges regarding adequate infrastructure to ensure that we can place all the learners. And our main challenge is mainly for grade 8, and mainly because that we have more primary schools feeding few secondary schools, and that on its own create a little bit of a challenge for placement. The last slide is just showing what we are projecting for the new cycle. For the new cycle, we are anticipating that we will have about 15,000 more grade 1s in the system, which the 15,000 will require 379 additional classrooms. And for the grade 8s, as I said, grade 8 is our highest pressure. We're anticipating an increase of 65,000 additional learners in the system, which might require additional 1,800 classrooms. And that's just the breakdown of how we got to those numbers for both grade 1s and grade 8s. And what we are doing to mitigate that is that we are identifying schools that have spaces where we can build additional classrooms and also where we can erect additional mobiles. And that will also assist us to be able to plan for the other resources that are needed, which is your LTSM, human resources, school furniture, school transport, pollution facilities, and the others. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mema Matonzela, for the online admissions update. We'll take now, through you, Honorable Chairperson, the infrastructure update. I know it's over 50 slides, and I know Chief Director Baloyi will also provide the highlights and the key points without sacrificing the substance of the presentation. Over to you, Mr. Baloyi.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, and all stakeholders present here today. Chairperson, I'll be very brief. We have given an update in terms of the outcomes of expenditure in the current year or the year under review, but we've also shown how the program has been broken down in terms of the funding, but also we show what has been the indicative allocations that have been given to the province in the next 3 financial years, but also how that has been broken down into the different sub-programs. So we also show the spread of the projects that we've got, particularly as it relates to the pressure areas that have been identified. So the map on the left shows all the areas that we've got great pressure in relation to admissions as well as aging infrastructure. But the main issue that is important here to highlight is that the main driver of expenditure in the last 2 years has been the classroom rehabilitative project as well as the corrective maintenance program. Chair, we also give you how we fared in detail in the year under review. In other words, in 2021-22, we closed off the year last week Friday. We were at 100% expenditure, and all the sub-programs have actually spent as the allocation of 1.6 billion was given. Chair, we give you some numbers that relate to the achievements, particularly on the classroom rehabilitative work and corrective maintenance or scheduled maintenance that we've done. This, Chair, has been largely driven by the responses that we had to provide for schools that had been affected by vandalism. Chair, we give a detailed breakdown of projects that are in planning for the funding that has been allocated going forward by their different stages. But we've also done a 10-year projection, Chair, in terms of what has been required. And we have quantified all the costs that are related to what we've got from a backlogs point of view and what is needed to address the immigration issues into the province. But Chair, in as 2 weeks ago, we had also made a submission to EXCO for them to reconsider a different funding model for providing new and replacement schools. Because when you look at the pressures that we've got as a province, this is one area that is giving us the greatest challenges. And we have then quantified what would it need from a financial resourcing point of view to be able to repay that funding that is required to have that program running in relation to building 64 new and replacement schools. These also include eradication of asbestos schools. Chair, we've also given a breakdown in terms of, or a progress report in terms of schools that are under construction, and we show some photographic evidence in regard to those schools and when the anticipated dates are. Chair, we also give a detailed report in terms of maintenance projects, particularly on the ones that we've completed that were related to schools that had been affected by vandalism. In total, Chair, we had 565 schools that were affected by vandalism. And of those, obviously, it has been a moving target because a lot of them have been hit more than once. And we then had to put in place projects to address those issues. Chair, The committee had also asked us in the beginning of the academic year to have a lot of emphasis on ELSA schools. We also give you a report on the different projects that we've got that address towards addressing challenges in the ELSA schools. We list them, but also give the nature or the scoping that is related to those schools that we've given. Chair, we also had given you in this report a detailed analysis of the work that has been done in relation to preparation for the migration of the ECD program from social development to education. We give you some of the activities that have been done, particularly around the human resource component, where personnel will be moving from social development to infrastructure. We give you detail in relation to the facilities that we will be inheriting as a sector that used to function as standalone ECD facilities, because they also have to be incorporated into the overall program of the department. Chair, that's the summary of the submission is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baloi, for the presentation on the infrastructure. As you maybe move to the seat next to you, I would like to call DDG Moleke to handle the next presentation on youth development. Maybe she moves forward. I would like her to come with Director Maboya. DDG Moleke, are you here? Molete? Let's call Director Maboya to come and deal with the GOD Matters Chairperson, and then the youth part will await DDG Moleke. She indicated that she has arrived, but I don't see her. I'll request maybe the organizers to go to the part B of the next presentation, which is all about GOD Matters. GOD Matters is the last presentation, but part B of it, part A, is supposed to be presented by DDG Moleke.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorables, and the House at large. I don't know whether I should or I can.
Go ahead, ma'am, Mabuya. And DDG Percy Moleke will present after you.
Okay. Here we want to paint the context of what is happening in terms of the GOD. As a department, what we have realized, the number of employees with mental illness and chronic illness is increasing, and that impacts negatively on service delivery. And also, as a designated employer, what we have noted, we are not achieving or mirroring the economically active population of Gauteng, meaning that we are not reflecting the demographics of Gauteng due to perpetuation of the patriarchy. And also what we have noted, Gender-based violence and femicide is also increasing in the schools, which reflects what is happening in the society. However, as GDE, we are part of the provincial GBV and femicide structure that is headed by community safety. But also what our achievement as a Department of Education, we are trying to increase awareness as far as gender is concerned, but what we have done, we have institutionalized that by ensuring that all districts are aware of the forum or the LGBTIQI, and what we did, we have focused on let's apologize, I can't see the screen. My computer is dark.
Apologies, Chairperson, we're struggling with technology today.
We need to start seeing slides here.
Okay. Ngithatha ama-slides ami laphana masiqede. No, she has started afresh. He has moved to your slides.
Yeah, we
Mine
are back,
at the
Ma'am
back.
Abue. I think you can proceed. We're back online.
Chairperson, I'm trying to go to where I was supposed, then they've put. Okay, what I was saying, to highlight some achievement as far as gender awareness, we focus on the LGBTI sector, where we focus on transgender and intersex, to say we need to promote that, and that also will have a bearing in terms of the schools when they develop their school code. And also to be saying, like we have indicated, that mental illness is on the rise, but we need also to be aware how do we assist our colleagues that are bipolar and also those who have depression so that they can be gainfully utilized by the system. Then another thing in terms of the disability, what we have noted, most of our colleagues, due to diabetes type 1 and type 2, there is an increase of the number of colleagues that are visually impaired. So rather than terminating the services, we are capacitating them. Now we have currently have 29 visually impaired educators in the mainstream, and that also it helps us to appoint the youth that will be assisting them as teacher assistant. And also we've partnered with the South African Guide Dog Association so that they can assist in terms of orientation and mobility training that is given to both the visually impaired educator and also to the colleagues at the school. And also we have partnered with vets. Vets capacitate our educators so that they can be reskilled, move from the normal way of teaching and now using Office 365 and also Google so that they are empowered. But also to be saying, as a Department of Education, we have currently appointed or employed 3.2% of employees with disability. That translates to 2,744, of which we are still below that 5% that is needed. Then also we have seen some gains in terms of the appointment of the female principals. They've increased from 36% to 40%, and the target is supposed to be 50%, and that has happened between 2019 and 2022, which is great. But also to be saying, as a department, in ensuring that we institutionalize gender disability, what we have done, we have established a committee, sexual harassment committee, that is composed of different directorates, including the legal and also employment equity consultative forum. And this forum is the forum that helps us in terms of implementation of employment equity, of which SGPs they need to be aware of and on board, but also to increase the number of persons with disabilities in the department. We have procured and supplied the flyers that promote disability disclosure, because most of the people, they have a fear of saying if they disclose their disability, they may be discriminated. But in terms of these flyers, we are saying we will provide reasonable accommodation, meaning that you need to be accommodated by the employer. And also we have those flyers, they are also talking about how do we cap sexual harassment in schools and offices, and they indicate the name of sexual harassment advisors, who happens to be deputy directors in the districts and myself. Then from there, what we have also done is to train the SGB members on employment equity, reasonable accommodation, and sexual harassment policies. Then coming to procurement, the businesses that have been given to companies owned by persons with or people with disabilities, the spending total to 0.1%, which is below 2%, and when you translate to rents, it translated to 4.6 million. That was given to those businesses that are headed or are owned by persons with disabilities. Then the youth, amount of 147.4 million was paid to the youth, which translates to 4.1 or 4.06, and which is also below the target. Then coming to the females, 467 million has been paid to the women who are owning the businesses, and that translates to 12.88%. As far as women are concerned, we are on par with the targets. That's the long and short of the presentation as far as gender, youth, and disability. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's a presentation on gender. If you can go to part A, Chairperson, this is the last presentation from the department on youth development, which will be led by DDG Muleke. She's here now. It's right at the beginning. The gender one was part B. This one was part A. You've got it there, Muleke. If you can go to the first slide, which covers the area of your work on youth development, led by the Gauteng City Region Academy. Thank you.
Thank you, HE. Acting HOD, Tabela Mudula Stulo, Bahlompehe, MEC colleagues and the stakeholders. Can I get technological assistance, please? It's not moving. My slides, or maybe they're just slow. The tech people, can we get some assistance, please? It shouldn't be complicated. I should just press.
It might be because of age, DDJ.
Honorable PC, message received.
It's never
I'm
late
young
for
at heart.
RPL.
Thank you, tech people. Honorable member, I am young at heart still. That's why
It was on a lighter note.
I know. Even for BBTs, it shouldn't be complicated. We press only one button. That's all what is required of us. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to the stakeholders about the work that we do as the Gauteng City Region Academy, which is a component in the Department of Education, just to give you some understanding as well on how we understand and approach our work. We take it that and understand that our young people are diverse. So you do not have a single group of youth. They have got different characteristics as well as multiple and different needs at the different stages of their lives. And as a result, they need a range of policies and responses that responds to the various steps along their path as they transition from school to work. And that's why we rarely talk about youth development. We like talking about youth transitions because we are looking at them as they transition from school, starting at when they are at school to when they become economically active, whichever way whichever route they take. And as a result, we have created what we call some typologies, but even within these typologies, there are different categories of young people, but this is just to give us a sense and an understanding as we approach our work. So what we're saying is that together with other stakeholders and other players in the area, we are trying to create a safety net for our young people. What we know is that you've got a huge number of young people, a biggest pool of our young people in the country are in that category 1, which is comprise about 50 to 60% of our young people learners. And this is those who largely exit school before matric. So these are young people who do not have matric. And we are thinking about safety net interventions within that space for those who do not have, and there are various interventions there as well. The second largest pool of work seekers of our young people, we know, it is the category, those who have got a matric largely, and this is the second largest pool of our young people. There as well, we are looking at various interventions. Some of them proceed into PSET, some of them do not proceed, they stay in the labor market, and that's why they are just a large pool. And this would be young people who got matric but didn't proceed to either further education or higher education, and they are entering the labor market. So that's the largest pool. The third largest pool of our work seekers and young people are those who have got a matric and some certificate. And there as well, there are some challenges. They also make up a significant number of the unemployed. So we are trying to create safety nets for them as well. And then the fourth largest pool, which is not that big, we need to grow this pool, is those who have got some tertiary qualification, and then those who've got postgrad as well, and they finish and they're able to exit the labor market. Ideally, we would like a picture that is the opposite of this, where the fourth category becomes the first category in terms of size, and then going in that order. But this is the reality that we are faced with as a country. And as a result, we have said, how do we then create different pathways to economic activity for our young people? What we do as GCRA with other stakeholders, we look at early intervention. We want to start early. And this is where we try to bring in measures that prevent and reduce early exit from school. The Education Department is also doing that. We had a presentation from Chief Director there about the multi-certification and other school of specialization and so on. So we engage them with the labor market early on, so that they get interested and stay in the school. And then the second part of it is we are supporting re-engagement. We know it does happen, but we are trying that. We want our young people to, as soon as they have dropped out, be re-engaged. So they need to come back into the system so that they don't fall through the crack. And that is what we call supporting re-engagements. There are a number of interventions there. We know that there is matric rewrite programs and so on, but unfortunately, it's not it's not as big in terms of the interventions, and it's something that we need to think about as all stakeholders to say, how do we support re-engagement so that they come back and they don't fall through the cracks? And then what we do as well, we support the facilitation of these young people, their transition into PSET, and this is where we play a big role as GCRA through our bursary program and others. We then also facilitate transition into economic activity, where we try and improve their employability, and then also try and remove barriers to employment. And there are various barriers there as well. So this is how we think about our work, kind of the theory that underpins what we do. Just to give a sense, feedback and report, status report on where we are at with some of these. The bursary program, as I said, we are proud to say we are the second largest program, given that we have only a provincial footprint, second to NSFAS, which is a national. So we've got a big bursary program as Gauteng Provincial Government run by the GCRA. Where we are at now, we are in a process of completing the approval processes for the 2022 academic year, and I'll give you some sense of the numbers there. We know that 2021 we were affected by COVID as well, but what we've seen, and this is very comforting for us as we do the 2022 applications, because this is where we now are starting to try and track our young people who we give bursaries to. So despite the COVID, and I don't know if we are aware that, in fact, this is the first year in 2 years that young people are on campus full time, and we hope this doesn't change. So the 2 past years, 2020 and 2021, our young people and the ones that we give bursaries to were not on campus at all. But what is giving us comfort is that what we have seen is that the total number of the bazaars that we supported in 2021, which is about 3.7, approximately 80% of them were able to achieve the results that allowed them to progress to the next year of study. So they passed despite being affected by the 2 years of COVID. So this is a good indicator for us that our young people that we are supporting through bursaries are doing well, in fact, at school as well. So we are busy processing and we are hoping that this year, funding allowing and budget estimates show that we will reach about 4,000 or just over 4,000 young people that will fund through the bursary program, and the program is evolving. I'll skip that. Just to give a sense, and Chairperson and honorable members and stakeholders, this is I wanted to show this slide so that we understand the magnitude of the problem that we are sitting with. On our dashboard application system, we are sitting with 36,736 applications. These are the young people who applied. They would like to have a bursary. As of when we did the presentation 2 days ago, the number has increased slightly. The total approvals, which is the new as well as the renewals, we were at 3.5, just over 3.5. As I said previously, we can only fund about 4,000 or so. Now, if you look at that in relation to that big number of the applications, you can see that we are sitting with a problem. And that is why, and I know stakeholders who are here, some of you complain, members of parliament, you get complaints as well, young people saying we are not responding to them and so on. It is a very difficult situation that we are sitting with, and we can only do so much in terms of how supporting these young people, because we are also limited by resources. But we are doing well as well, I think, relatively speaking. But this is just to indicate the need, and that's why we've got so many young people who are frustrated. And young people are young people. When they're frustrated, they say all sorts of things and they call us all sorts of names. But this is why we are getting those challenges. Just to give you a sense, one of the things that we are proud of, Chairperson and members of parliament and stakeholders, is that the bursary program is well targeted. The target of this bursary program is the young people from no-fee paying schools. So that gives you a sense. And on the basis of the approvals that we have done now, what we have seen is that 81% of those who we are funding are from no-fee paying schools. Only about 19% are from other public ordinary schools. But even there, in other public ordinary schools, it doesn't necessarily mean that the kids who go to those schools are well off, because we know, some of them go to what we call former Model C schools, and they get exemptions from school fees and so on. So we are happy that we are also reaching those as well. So that's just to give you a sense of how targeted the bursary program it is. And this is just by district. The slides will be shared so that stakeholders can also see the breakdown in terms of students and institutions and other variables that we are utilizing. One of the interesting slides for me, Chairperson, and it's a very sad slide in a way for me, is the two slides that I'm going to talk to now. So we are looking at what are our students applying for. So these are the students these are the new applications. And what we see is that the top qualifications, top 10 qualifications, it's the BCom, accounting and so on, and then followed by education, law, arts and so on. And then medicine, computer science, biology are there. Then we broke this down and said, the students from no-fee paying schools, what are they applying for? So of the group from that first slide, let's take those from no-fee paying schools. And what you see here is that the Bachelor of Education came through strongly as a preference for no-fee paying schools. And with all due respect, and I am in education and I'm here because of education and teaching, we see that most of our students in no-fee paying schools are going for Bachelor of Education. And because I have the privilege and the honor, which I am all forever humbled by, to see the results of these students, I know that for most of them, it is not passion that drives them to go do education. It is lack of knowledge. And this is where we then are beating ourselves again as GCRA that there's something that we are not doing right, and I'll talk to that in a bit. And these are the kids who are also getting 90s and 80s in maths and science, not maths literacy, maths and science. They're getting those good results, but you see where they go. When you look at other public ordinary schools, you see the difference. Medicine, and then commerce, law, accounting, science are the most prominent. You see, for other public ordinary schools, education is there at the end for them. And this is very telling for us, as I said, interesting and sad as well at the same time. We can have that discussion. And so this is just a gender breakdown and then racial breakdown as well. You know, Chairperson, while we are reaching a lot of young people, I think it's also interesting to see that as we do the analysis, we are also diversifying, and we are seeing that we are growing the numbers in other groups as well. So this is just a repetition. So this is just to give you a sense of the 2021 numbers and where we are at as we grow. So this as well will share. So this is just the report of the 2021 academic year, which covers the 2021-22 financial year. And this is just a report back of how we have performed as a bursary program. So the first slides were on the 2022 application process and the approvals that we are making there. So this is just to give you a sense of the previous year. The second part of the work that we do is what we call a workforce development model. And I'm not going to deal with this in detail in the interest of time, but colleagues can have a look at it and stakeholders and members. But just to give you a sense that what we want to do as well, we say, we are giving them bursaries, funding them, and then what? Because we know that entry into the labor market is one of the biggest challenges for our young people as well. So we are trying to support them through various interventions and make sure that as they exit, we put steps in place together with other stakeholders where they can then exit into either employment and or take an entrepreneurial journey for those who want to take an entrepreneurial journey. So that's our workforce development model, where we work with other partners, and we'll share the slides so that they can be seen. So the instruments that we use there is we provide internships, which are largely focused on just work experience, learnerships and apprenticeships, where we are looking at giving them qualifications. So if you think about that safety net slide that I showed, the first two groups, big groups, this is where they would play a role. These instruments would play a role, so it will enable them to at least get some kind of a qualification, because some of them would have exited school before matric, so they can get into apprenticeships and some learnerships and get some qualifications. And then we've got what we call skills programs as well. They give them some qualification and certification, and it's a step towards some learnership and apprenticeships as well, those certificates. And then our strong point as GCRA is the stipend support, which is the biggest hurdle in youth accessing opportunities. We know financial support to access the labor market is a big issue. So this is one of our strongest points as GCRA, to give them stipend support, and then working with other stakeholders and partners, then see if we can get them some learnerships, apprenticeships, skills programs, and internship programs, and provide them with support. I like this slide, and we are busy updating it, and I show it all the time, just so that we get a sense of how expensive it is. And the background and all of that we'll know, but just to show how expensive it is to search for a job for any young person. On average, if a young person is searching for a job every day, almost every day, maybe twice a week, 3 times a week, it would cost them almost 1,000 just to it's transport, going to interviews, going to search, just a search, and then printing, internet, and so on. The calculation that was done was that it cost about 1,000, and we need to make it easier for young people to be able to search for jobs and cheap as well. And how do we do that? And it's something that we are also working on as we look at the workforce development as well. So getting them into the labor market, but for them to even get into the labor market, we're talking workforce development model, but to get there, it's costly for them, and how can we support them? So just to give a sense, Chairpersons, is some of the opportunities that we have created for our young people in the 2021-22 financial year, which is ending now. We are proud to say, through the youth program that we have been implementing, I think we've created about 100,000 employment opportunities as the Gauteng government through the GCRA. We have given, about 100,000 employment opportunities, and these were in different programs. But also what we are proud of is the amount of money that we paid through stipends. And this is purely poverty alleviation at its best. You can see it's over 2 billion rands that we have pumped into the communities through our youth employment opportunities programs that we have implemented in this financial year that is ending in 2022. And this is, so you'll get the slides and see the different programs that we're implementing in that regard, and then the breakdown thereof. And in addition to that, we are making strides, Chairperson and members of Parliament and stakeholders. One of the things that we are going to ask for assistance on this is how do we bring the private sector on board? Without the private sector, we are not able to do this. We are trying, we are starting. We've got a few private sector partners who have taken our young people, giving them internship, apprenticeship opportunities, and we are very proud. Members, will give you the details of this and the addresses so that you can go and see what is possible if private sector is brought on board and what we can do for our young people. Small as they are, cumulatively they would make a huge difference. We need to have engagements with private sector to look at this. So these are some of the programs that I'm talking about, and you will be able to see that. The last slide, Chairperson, that I want to talk to is one of the other areas of work that we are doing, which is career guidance, and it's related to the matter that I referred to when I was talking about what are our young people applying for in the schools. We are, and just to give a sense that one of the things that we'll be doing, Chairperson and members and stakeholders, is we are planning a launch, a provincial launch of career guidance program. And we are planning that in end of April as the financial year starts. We will be using the new money to do that. So we'll be launching what we call a provincial career guidance program. That launch will be followed by what we want to do, and this is very ambitious and it's good to dream. What we want to do is after that launch, because we have got so many stakeholders who are doing different things at different schools, they come in and they do piecemeal approach to these things. We want to bring everybody together and say, this is going to be a provincial program. And with that, we will then, it's there on the slides. I hope there's I don't know what happened, technology. But just to give you a sense, these were the last slides. So we'll have a provincial launch, and then after that, we've got 15 districts in Gauteng. We want to have what we call a career explore or a career blitz in every district every month, so that we expose young people to different careers. We have spoken to different partners in the private sector. They are willing to come and be there at our expos, talk to young people about careers, the careers of the future and so on. So this is going to be a rolling program every month in every district. Where we can even do two per district so that we reach as many young people as is possible. And we turn around that slide that I showed of our young people not knowing what to apply for, despite the good marks that they get. So that's one of the things that we'll be doing. But in addition to that, we were punctuated by COVID last year. We wanted to launch a campaign on demystifying 4IR. And so that's going to be part of that as well. We want to demystify 4IR for our young people. Everybody's talking 4IR. What is 4IR? What does it mean? Because this is about the jobs of the future and what the labor market of the future is going to look like. If people are telling us that the young people, the jobs that they are studying for now do not exist, how are they supposed to prepare for themselves? And we want people who are experts in this 4IR to come and talk to our young people about this 4IR, Internet of Things, robotics, and so on, so that they can then prepare themselves for the labor market of the future. So those are some of the things that we'll be doing. Again, there we've got partners in the sector who are experts, and they will talk to our young people about all of these and tell them about what this 4IR is and what it means for them. So, Chairperson, in a nutshell, I will leave it there. The details are in the slides. And thank you for the opportunity, and to the stakeholders as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG Moleke, for the presentation. Honorable Chairperson and Honorable MEC, our story ends here based on the 6 areas which the committee has selected to share with the stakeholders. We took just over 2 hours. Apologies for that, but we had to cover all the substance of the 6 areas. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting HOD and the team, MEC. Do you want to add, or you'll respond? Yeah, thank you. So, honorable members, those are the and stakeholders, those are the reports. I know they were a bit long, but importantly, they should, as the acting HOD said, that we didn't want them to lose, or they didn't want them to lose the critical substance. So I will be taking hands. I don't know if members want to start first, or maybe let me give an opportunity to stakeholders.
Chairperson, let's hear from stakeholders. We always get to interact with the department and the MEC.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I will be taking hands from stakeholders. All right. Yeah, so I don't want a brainwave, meaning don't be agitated by what another stakeholder had asked and feel that you can ask it better. Okay? So I'll be taking 10. All right? And remember, we are the politicians here in front. We are not the politicians, so we don't want you to preamble. You know, come, just stick to the point, ask your questions, whether it's clarity, comment, but be specific. So I'll start this side, all right, in the front. Is there anyone, this side, no one? All right. Can you just find a way of opening so that you can emoy? Maybe at the back there. All right. You'll be first. Is there room in mic? Yes. All right. I'll go by so that yourself with the mask and that. You are 1. All right. I will see the pink is 2. 3, the one with the blue t-shirt. 4 with the white t-shirt, come up. 5 with the red t-shirt. All right. 6 there with the, is it brown? And then blue 7. Maybe let's start this side, the 7. Then Kitatlakamu. All right? Yeah, please, 2 minutes each. Don't take long, please. Yeah, maybe you can. Yeah, what you can do for us is introduce yourself. No, I'll come this side. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Because I thought I'm scared of camera. Because people will be scared. Oh. Am I clear now? Thank you very much. A basic one, first point ask about, I heard they're talking of infrastructures at our schools that they get guided for. They mention the key point that I wanted to ask about, which is the patrollers at our schools. Their contracts are ending up at the end of this month. Is there any extension? Because now, which means our schools are going to be vandalized. As we speak, coming from Tshwane South, the small area that is ignored called Oliven Hotbosch. Our schools already started being vandalized already as the second day when the schools are closed. Someone will say the schools are in the hands of the community. But what will the community do if this guy is going to vandalize their armed? The community won't interfere because once you get involved, you do something else, then you get arrested because your life was not in danger, to mention the few. We're talking of the learners, according to the nice figures that I've been seeing on the board. It was showing that the learners been placed according to the figures. Yes, thank you very much for that one. But doctor, where's the doctor? Knows being in Oliven where the issue, where the kids that has not been placed since last year, we arrange with them that we push those kids to the schools, and we start talking of the containers, which we promised the 15th of April will receive those containers. But then, are we having any plans going forward for Oliven to have another 2, if not 1 secondary school? Because we have 6, if not 7 primary schools feeding onto 3 secondary schools. The problem that we faced every year, it will repeat every time, whereby the kids are not having space. Why they were not registered anywhere that they don't have a space is because when they arrive at the schools, they get told by the admin that we don't have a space. Then they go, they sit down. Some others, they get sent to their homelands. One will say, we're having a problem because we're having overcrowded because kids are moving from our homeland to Joburg because of better education. Which is true. It doesn't start from the kid, it's starting from me. I moved from the homeland of Limpopo coming to Joburg because that's where I found a job. Obviously, I'll get my kids to come closer to me where I can monitor and supply them with whatever they need they have, unlike going to the homeland. That's the reason why we're having overcrowded and populated with the kids at our school. Thank you very much for that one. Let me stop there because it's 2 minutes. But please, if I can get an answers on that one, I know it's in the pipeline, but maybe affirm clarity that yes, we will have that so that we don't have the same problem every year. Thank you.
Le ka movela ka mo kaofela vele so that ska thola so at least to follow each other.
Dumelang, ke nna Tumi from the Western region. My first question is to legislature about stateless kids who are South Africans. What connection do you have with Home Affairs to assist these children? And with the teachers, the second one with stateless, are the teachers empowered enough to always tell parents that if your child doesn't have an ID, fix that issue before the child reaches grade 12? Because once they reach grade 12, it becomes a big problem. They don't even get the qualifications for grade 12. And the third one rather, is the ages of 0 to 6 years. Are those children not regulated according to the legislature and the constitution? Because it says all the children have the right to an education. But I'm asking if the regulation does not exist for standalone creches who take children who are in those ages. Because if they had a salary from maybe legislature like teachers, I think most of the children who are being kidnapped and who are always on the streets would get a better education. And looking at the same age group, 0 to 6 years, the regulation, which I'm most focused on, there's too much, it feels like it's a discrimination to that group. Because as a parent, you want to leave your child somewhere and not only roaming around in the street, especially in creches or standalone schools. And those teachers are not being empowered or not being paid. Maybe that's why creches are expensive. But if there was a salary, it was going to be easier for those teachers to take more kids who are roaming on the streets, especially in the marginalized communities and in the rural areas. It will avoid human trafficking also as well. So to the Department of Education, as much as you are moving now the creches out of social development into your field, how are you going to regulate the teachers of the standalone creches? Because we know that there's only grade R at schools, but children start crèche from 0 years. It says a child who is young, you can know whether they are smart or they are disabled or their mental capacity. You can learn a child from a younger age. But what are we doing to those young children in our province? Thank you.
Sanibonani. Igama lami uThami wakaNgqombo from National School Governing Body. The question of the skills. Mina ngibuya ku the old location, abantu ababuya from Sophia to come to Meadowlands. Is practically na ukuthi do we have skills in terms of our learners? Just because my worry is that they are finishing a grade 12 without having a skill. Or niyayigesa as a legislature to have that. Nisiphi report or niyasifunza na. 2, do you want, in terms of infrastructure, kuma old school, nifuna uku-acta when isikolo sibhidlika, khona nizayo na, to build those schools. It's 10 years our MEC, Mr. Panyaza, promise us to say uzoyenza development to the old school. It's now about 55 years they call it sikuzo. Since Meadowlands. Example I can say Guapalo Primary School is an old school. Ngifunde lapha, ngifunde abomama bami bafunde lapha, nami ngafunda lapha in that primary. But there's no development. What's happening in terms of nisnika just a practical report without consulting? And I'm worried in this report, did you consult the stakeholders before you come with the report? Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Modesta Ndlovu. I'm from National Association of School Governing Body. I'm coming from Bopatuto branch. That is on the side of Provincial, Tsepisong, Slovoville, Doronkop. One is that I'm concerned about the patrollers that are at our schools. I don't think those patrollers are enough. And hence they are not enough. There's also a lack of supervision. You find that those people don't come to work. and nobody sees that or notices that. And it's not our responsibility as schools to monitor that. You know who's supposed to do that. What is it that you are doing as a department? The other one is the school nutrition. Since ever I've known the menu in our schools, it's soya and fish. When do you change the menu? And do you think it's fair for our kids that a kid who was doing matric 2 years back was eating soya and fish? A grade R today is still eating soya and fish, which is what is not happening in your homes. Uzusho to say, "Ingdinili chicken." So why can't you do the same with our children? For the school transport part, I want to check which criteria are you using to provide transport. As the department, you are the ones who allocate our kids far from home, but you are unable to provide transport for those kids. I'm staying in Bramfisher. We find that kids are being allocated to go to Meadowlands. We've got that Elias Mutsualedi, which is a busy road. Kids are killed there on a daily basis. When it's raining, there are floods there. Kids cannot cross from this side to that side. 2 years back, a child drowned there coming from school because it's far from home. So I want to check with you, department, what criteria are you using? Because you're talking that you do provide transport. In which areas are those that you provide transport? Not yet. Determination of a school each. You're saying you determine before you allocate the kids. We wouldn't be sitting with overcrowding if that was the case. You're having overcrowd because your department, I don't know whether you're using a robot to allocate these kids. Now you send the kids in one school that you know that school has got only capacity of 1.2 children. Then when you send those kids to be allocated in that school, the school end up with 1.6, 1.7. You're expecting those kids to be provided how? Because you don't bring in resources when you send those kids to those schools. The grade R issue of admission. The child is doing grade R in the school. When she applies or he applies for grade 1, they're taking this school to Meadowlands from Bramfisher. Remember, my area is a disadvantaged area, still developing. The child has already got full uniform of Moses Kotan or of Bramfisher Primary or JP Max. Now, when you send this child to Meadowlands, where do you expect this parent to get another money to buy another uniform? How is this child going to get to Meadowlands, whereas we are talking of an unemployment rate that is so high? The parents cannot afford. So can you please consider when you allocate the grade R, because in that form, it states previous school. The form says previous school, the parent states the name of the school that the child is in grade R. But still, you're taking that child out of that school, you're sending that child far from home. Hence, we are having kids that are being kidnapped because the very same child has to go home by herself, going back home because the parent is at work. So when we talk of admission, can you please think again when it comes to that? It's a very serious challenge, especially also with the kids that are orphans. We've got child-headed homes in our area. We've got family houses where it's only the granny and the children. The technology issue is a problem. Those kids cannot get school at times because of their disadvantage. Is that what you are promoting, that those who are disadvantaged should not get priority now? Finally, I will say, what is the department doing about the schools that are having a bad publicity and bad reputation, of which is the reasons why you'll find that As a parent, when you allocate me to take my child to that school, I don't want to take my child there because I know that school has a problem. One, maybe the behavior of the educators and the school and its standard on itself. I get umzalo who wants the child to be taken to a school, lagune gambling, laguna teachers who are not doing any effort for their children to pass. So it's for your department to see to it, Guti. You make sure that those educators, they do their job. You make sure that those schools are being monitored and do what they're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Can you please not follow the stakeholders' example, please?
No, I will not. My name is Ronnie Mdaga. I'm from Bupatuto branch, a branch of NASCOP. I just wanted to check with the presentation ka infrastructure. Can you give us specifics in terms of the year under review? How many schools are in the pipeline? How many schools are being built? And how many schools have been completed? Because we didn't get those specifics. And I also want to check in terms of documented and undocumented learners, especially the undocumented learners. What are the implications when it comes to resource allocation? Are they being considered, because we know schools are resourced per the number of learners. So what happens to when it comes to resource allocation? Thanks.
Thank you.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Tabiso Tlas. I'm one of the SGB chairpersons from the Val area. Given the fact that schools were challenged with vandalism, I will say most schools were challenged with vandalism. So now it has been said that there are certain schools whereby private security were allocated for them. So we all know that all the schools, they have computer labs. We also have admin offices. So what is the criteria for the school to follow so that they can also be allocated the private security as well? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Mbai from Katlehong, from Diambasadi. So I have a couple of questions. Just bear with me, Chairman. First and foremost, how are we combating bullying, racism, and drugs in our schools? Because this thing starts from a young age. And since the grade 12 mutakata school, you find they are not skilled. Someone mentioned that. Has skilled muto because why? From the young age, Tamil Kaleli Mupilde, let's say identify muto is he can he build? Can he be able to he uses his mental capacity or what? So ikalamo. So you can't be saying from grade 10, that's only when you start checking over the child and then also online application. There's still a lot of illiterate people out there. 4IR, it's a new fourth industrial revolution whereby a lot of people are still not educated in that field. They don't know how to put an online application, basokol. So how are you going to combat that and bring changes to those numbers, since your numbers, Litona, trick you sometimes? So, and then, finally, since we all look at well-doing students and stuff, what about the non-doing students? What happens to them? Because they have a life, Libon. We can't be saying we're giving bursaries only to a person that makes 90%. That one, 50%. He's a person, he wants a life. So what are you doing to combat that as well? Thank you so much.
Santumedi san kaofela. Lebitso la ka ke nna Keke Phiri. I'm presently the convener RTT Greater Soweto NASCOP. Now, there's 4 things that I want to talk to. One, in terms of education, our biggest challenge or something that is creating problems for us to deliver quality learning and teaching is taking schools as business platforms. We go into school and start talking business rather than talking educational output. That's challenge number 1. Challenge number 2 is going into schools and debate issues of political platform in a school and move away from debating quality learning and teaching. Point number 3, the department has presented in all spheres or all characters. They've given us 6 presentations to the reports. And the energy and the power that they put into ourselves in making sure that we can deliver better learning and teaching. But here's the biggest question. The person that is responsible for teaching, it's not the teacher himself. It's the primary teacher, which is a parent. And in this state, I can tell you, we can even get the report now. All kids that have performed well in the education, it's because of the primary teacher support that they've got in those schools. So we cannot be going on and pointing fingers into structures that are trying to do something, and Rona as parents, we are sitting there just to blame. I think it's a challenge for us. And I hope that today it will be clear. Lastly, in schools, there's 2 formations of management systems that are very complex to run with. One is a straight management system, which you just go on in terms of instructions. I'll give instructions to my subordinates. But on the other side is dealing with a structure that operates from bottom to top, which deals with issues of consensus. Now this challenge, schools are the only institutions that have those kind of things. So today, today, position now, parental responsibility in education is 70% of the participation of parents. And our children will then put 20% to learn, and teachers will bring in the 10% for technical and chipping off the rough edges in bringing certain things that we're talking about, which are quality output. I'm going to go school and think that no, somebody's going to change this particular situation of this child. We cannot do that. So I'm just saying to the department and all these legislators that is here, you need to come up with a law that is going to make sure that parents get prosecuted for not attending to issues of their children in school when they are called by principals and teachers, or even SGBs into the schools, to attend to the challenges that their children have in school. Utishara mageze eskolweni siyatoitoy sithi no magahambi akasebenzi. When a parent is not coming, sithi nego right sihlele nje emakhaya not doing nothing. So it's critical that you should have the same system. If I've got 70% responsibility, it means I should be the first person at school before anyone else. Then we'll deliver it on those things. So I hope today, Artswamo, those are with that position to say what is our output in terms of the planning that is coming through. And the presentation that we're giving around quality and learning, it's the core function and development, or even a position of making all of us to be sitting in this particular room. And nothing else. Others are just additional things that are there. But quality learning and teaching, you can get quality learning and teaching under a tree. 1 + 1 is equals to 2, that's the knowledge. We don't have to deal with anything. But we've got to make sure that a parent must be there to make sure that the teacher does something else in terms of these issues. Thank you.
Yeah, the MEC has to leave, so again, maybe some of your key issues. Mara, the department is remaining, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Or when I,
No, the HOD is here, so we'll take the second round, it's fine. Let me respond to the question that have been raised thus far. Maybe it will clarify some of the hands that are here. If not, the team is here to respond. Let me start by thanking everyone that have raised their questions and apologize that I've joined you late. The information arrived very late in my office, but we are all here. I want to start with the patrollers. The first question that has been raised about the patrollers. And my apologies that I'm going to take time on this matter just to give context so that the stakeholders and parents that are here can understand. There is an association of security guards. What they call it? Is it? SIRA. SIRA. This association called SIRA took the department to court, accusing the department of hiring people that are not security guards to do security work. In South Africa, for you to do security work, you need to be registered with SIRA. And all our patrollers were not registered with SIRA because it was just a community initiative. So the court agreed with SIRA, and the court fined us 1 million for every security guard that we've hired. That I'm saying. So every security guard that we have hired that is not qualified to be a security guard, we were fined 1 million by court. So we went back to court as a department to plead with the court to say these people are not security guards, they are volunteers. So don't use that law to punish the department. And within that context, the court said, we will suspend it, and part of the terms must be, people must not be full-time, which simply means either you employ them for 12 months or 18 months, get another group to avoid that particular fine being imposed on the department. So we want to absorb the patrollers as much as we can, but we have to also listen to the courts and listen to the organizations that are in that particular sector. Either we have to take all our security guards or patrollers on a training so that they are officially security guards, or we continue to employ them as volunteers and give them a stipend. Because there are many challenges there. You can put them as volunteers. When somebody attacks them, they need to fight back, they need to have a torch, they need to have a phone, they need to have all these kind of things for them to execute their jobs easily. So together with the Department of Community Safety, we are trying to find the best mechanism of dealing with these challenges so that all our patrollers can be appropriately recognized and appropriately rewarded. So I want to appreciate their work, appreciate the sacrifices that they are doing, and push for a better conditions of employment for all the security guards. And that is why we want to talk to the Department of Community Safety, because we are the Department of Education. It's the Department of Community Safety that must give us support together with other law enforcement agencies. So I want to assure you, the issue of patrollers is high on our agenda on 3 levels: their remuneration, their tools of work, and most importantly, their safety within our schools. So even if when their contracts are coming to an end, the court arrangements that we must then bring another group of people that must be employed so that we can rotate them. and not have one group forever, because if you do that, you then contravene the court matter. But these are people that are committed, and these are people that are willing to work. You can't just remove them and bring new people. So you need to manage that process, and that's what we are currently doing with the Department of Safety. So we are attending to this issue of patrollers, and we'll come back to you and indicate where we stand in terms of the extension, but most importantly, in terms of their new employment contracts that we believe must be better and must be contracts that can make people to survive. The second issue was about learners that have not been placed since last year. And I think majority of people came with the issue of the online registration. I want to clarify those 2 points. I want to start with the online registration. I agree with majority of people that has reservations. This is not 100% perfect system. But I want to give you a scenario that made us to start with the online registration. In some schools, they will tell you before we started the online registration that even before you take the forms, you must pay 850 administration fee. A majority of people didn't have that money. In some schools, even when you are at the gate, before you even see the principal and the receptionist, they will tell you the school is full. In some schools, they look at you whether you can pay school fees, and they will determine whether they give you a form or not. In some schools, you have to wait on a long queue, fill the form physically. When all forms are deposited there, other forms are removed and thrown in the dustbin, and you don't know which form has been thrown in the dustbin or not. In some schools, you might be on the queue, but they will never even come back to you to say you have been admitted or not admitted. So we had lots and lots of challenges in terms of the admissions, especially on grade 1 and grade 8. And I want to tell you, it's not true, Uguti, when we are using online registration, we are discriminating against Abokoko. We have walk-ins, and each and every school, you can go there with the name of your child. The school will assist you to have an online registration. And we are only doing online registration for grade 8 and grade 1 only. All other grades, you still do physical visit. But the challenge we have, and the officials will tell you, it's not grade 1 and grade 8. It's all other grades where there's no online registration. Where there is online registration, there is order. Yes, parents may complain that you are taking my child from this area and placing him in an area that is far. We have a choice of either placing that child or sentencing that child to stay at home without a place. And we have to choose that we'll rather take a child somewhere and provide the administrative support. We don't want to sound arrogant, but we know that with the online registration, parents can appeal and parents can get an opportunity to say, I don't like this school, place me in another school. But with the physical visit, you are just told the school is full and no one cares to place your child in an alternative school. At least with the online registration, we can place you with at an alternative schools. I take your point to me about what you term stateless children, children that don't have documents. It's a problem that we must solve. It must not be a problem that we must encourage. I hope I'm clear. It's a problem that we must solve, but it's not a problem that we must encourage. You know, I have so many parents that come to my office and say, MEC, lo mntwana lo wazalelwa say eMdantsane or eLimpopo, akana ID, and I always say, yes, he might not have an ID. The Home Affairs is running DNA tests nowadays to determine whether a child is indeed related to that family. You want to tell me there's no one family member, Umalo Murangwane, that you can take go to Home Affairs and do a DNA test and have that child to have an ID. Because let me tell you, if we can be loose on the issue of ID, that's the beginning of collapse in this country, because anyone will get an ID and then will not know who's a South African, who's not a South African. So we need to find a proper mechanism of screening and allowing learners to have the proper documentation. But also, the Department of Home Affairs is also putting us under undue pressure that all learners that are within the education system must be documented for purpose of resource allocation and for the purpose of ensuring that we've got the right learners within the education system. So any learner, therefore, that does not have an ID, we as the Department of Education are willing to assist that learner to get that particular ID in working with the Home Affairs. But we are very reluctant to assist somebody who says, lo mntwana lo akana maluma, akana rangwana, akana mamkhulu, akana umntwana ayiwanje. There might be those situations, yes, in some instances, but it can't be everyone. And that's an area that we really believe that needs to be managed. So, by the time you reach grade 12, I mean, there is one learner, I was in the West End wearing my other cap of the political party that I'm in. That learner have passed, in that community, they call that learner a scientist. They passed all the matric subjects with distinctions, all of them. The only problem is that he can't get admitted in another university because he does not have an ID. And when we went to assist that particular child, took to DNA, took to everyone, unfortunately, the information that learner was giving was false when there was a scientific proof that he was not a South African. So people might hide behind other things to do other wrong things. So we must be extremely careful, not just to generalize. I'm of the view each and every case must be treated on its own merit. But you can't say blanketly, any learner that does not have a document, admit them and allow them to write matric. We will admit them, but during the process, let's find a way of assisting them to get proper documentation. There is one parent that asks, if a child is not documented, do we get an allocation? The answer is simple, we don't, because that child is not on our system. And we can't chase that particular child out of the schooling system because we are not getting an allocation. So these are the things that add to our overcrowding a classroom and then schools that are overcrowded. There is a parent that raised the issue of learners between the age of 0 and 6 that are within grade R or preschools. When we migrate learners to grade R, good people, we are not doing this for the sake of doing it. Our argument is, if you can't strengthen the foundation, you can't fix the problem by the time they reach grade 12. So grade R becomes the most important area that we need to intervene. You can't have children coming in the morning, singing, and then badlum togo, balale, mabavuka wagcobisa ivaseline eningi, abazali babathathe babuyele ekhaya. You can't have that continuing. So the reason we are migrating grade R to the Department of Education is for us to teach them proper things at grade R, so that they don't have to sleep, sing, and go home. But in doing so, you need proper educators. We know there are people that love children, but you can't hire a person on the basis ukuthi ngizizwe egazini ngithanda abantwana I think bafundisi. We are willing to and we are having almost 800 grade ECD practitioners that we have enrolled for a course with UNISA that they are graduating to teach our children. So we are not going to face or fire or retrench those people that are grade R assistants at the school. We say, if you are a grade R assistant, you will still have a role, but there must be a proper teacher teaching them. so that in the ultimate end, we fix the challenges that we have of the education system. So between grade 0 and 6, those that are having their private crashes, those that we will make an audit and will incorporate. And the key thing is to have the bare minimum requirements for people to run an ECD center. You can't have an ECD center that is next to a tavern. You can't have an ECD center that is run by somebody that we are not sure whether they are properly registered. You can't have an ECD center inside the yard. Amongst all these people, they are not going to harm our children. So there must be proper order, inspection, and there must be proper authority that manage all this migration. So we have no business of closing private ECDs, but we have a business to regulate them. And in regulating them, we really believe there must be bare minimum standards. You can't have a child's toilet, for example, being 3 meters away where the teacher can't even see where the child is. So all those things are part of the package that we are bringing to regulate the sector. But no one is going to be retrenched. No one is going to be chased away. No one is going to lose their opportunities. What we are saying, let the right qualified person stand in front of our children. And that particular person must be appropriately fit to teach our children. We can't create another problem when we want to solve the problem. So that's the approach that we are putting to the ECD centers, and we are not going to close those particular creches. How are we regulating new educators that are coming into the ECD sector so that they can be appropriately remunerated? I'm glad there was Kintateman Nalim, I think the second last one, who spoke about primary school educators, that we must respect them. But the new order, good people, is to respect grade R educators. If we can't get it right there, we must forget it. So their employment standards must be appropriate, their salaries must be appropriate, their working conditions must be appropriate, and the tools that they need to use to teach our children must also be appropriate. If we can't get that right, I can assure you, what we are trying to bring all the ECD centers in the education sector will be a futile exercise and are not going to succeed. Ubabu Tamingobo raised an issue of skills within the education system. You know, I don't know on what basis he feels that we are not doing enough, but we are trying. Maybe I can respond in that particular fashion. And that try might not be good enough, but at least we are trying to make an impact. I want to give you one example. We have taken a decision, unfortunately we're disrupted by COVID. We have taken a decision just before COVID that all our grade 11s, by the time they finish grade 11, all of them must have a K53 driver's license. And we had almost 7,000, I'm not sure the team is there. We have almost 7,000 learners that passed grade 11 and today they're having a K53 driver's license out of this skills development program. It might not be enough, but at least we know these children will not have to go and bribe somebody at the driving school for them to get a K53 driver's license. And we are saying every learner that is going to be in grade 8, at least they must have a skills either on fixing the lifts, the elevators, all these particular things, while they're still within the school premises. But we are also introducing schools of specialization. So those particular schools of specialization specializes on a particular skill. But if people want us to go back to the old method, that's the only skill our children have, we say let's add on all those particular skills. It might not be like an apartheid system where we need to say all of us must go to Ambach. They used to call it Ambach, if I'm not mistaken. that all of us must go to Ambach. Bakbega guti imita water plus isebenza kanjani. We are saying the country and the economy is changing. Nowadays, there will be no building without an elevator or lift. Nowadays, there will be no building without aircon. Nowadays, there will be no building without proper lighting. There's a certain lighting you need during the day, there is a certain lighting you need every night. With our schools of specialization with Samsung in Midrand, all the children that are still in grade 10, when they go to that school of Samsung, they are taught on how to fix all cell phones, all fridges, and washing machines, and all these things, while they're still in grade 10. These are the kind of skills that we are saying we're bringing in the classroom. It might not be enough, but at least we have started somewhere so that all our children can get all the relevant skills. I take your point about schools that are 50 years old, 70-year-olds, 100-year-olds. It's our intention to refurbish all of them. It's just unfortunate, the budget that is allocated to us, we can't refurbish all of them. And we will incorporate all those particular schools. But good people, and I'm glad somebody from Oliven raised this issue. You have to balance building new schools, renovating old schools, and maintaining those that are breaking, or those that are vandalized in our school. But if you check our budget of almost 2 billion that we get annually for infrastructure, it's next to nothing to balance all these particular matters. But what irritates me is when you've got this budget that is next to nothing, but our officials can't even spend that particular budget. That's what irritates me. And that's the part that we are trying to fix with our team. Oliven, Bramfisher, and I sometimes cringe when somebody say, we are coming from Bramfisher, we don't have enough schools. If you can check the new schools that we have built in Bramfisher alone in the last 7 years, it's too much compared to what Oliven need in that particular area. So you can't satisfy everyone. I mean, there is a new informal settlement called King Kokota someday. You can't pass the entire nation. You can't pass the entire community. We need a school there. Actually, the amount of money that we are using to pass the children, we'll rather build a school there rather than pass the entire. So you have to balance all these particular demands. And there are not enough stakeholders. I admit, I accept that we might not be in a position to build all these new schools at the same time. If you can get people that are coming from Naturena area, they want a new high school there. You go to Ekuruleni, there are new informal settlement there. They need a new high school. So we need to find a way of dealing with these particular issues. But what is it that we have prioritized? So that communities, I think someone said, our infrastructure didn't paint, how many schools are we building, how many were finished, and other things. We have taken this decision, good people, that between now and 2025, I think the team will advise, all the schools that are built of mobile classrooms, all of them, and all the schools that are built out of asbestos, and all schools that have been, you know, there are some schools that have been built by things that are not brick and mortar. We have taken a decision by 2025, all those particular schools should have been removed, especially mobile schools, so that we can have proper infrastructure. So that's the priority, to remove all mobile classroom first, and then we'll then come and sort out where there are problems of 100-year schools and other things. Because the mobile classrooms are not good for our children. When it's cold, they are cold. When it's hot, they are hot. And those mobile classrooms are falling apart. You can't even fix it when it starts to fall apart. So there is an urgent need, therefore, to rectify that part. So we take your concern that there are schools that are 65-year-olds, 100-year-olds, and other things. But we feel the priority is to change the mobile schools and build brick and mortar as quickly as possible. I don't know, maybe the leadership of the department will assist me. A parent came here and said, you are saying all these things, you are not consulting us, where do you meet with us? You know? My view is that I know every quarter I chair a meeting of all National Association SGBs. And majority of people that are raising this issue are coming from NASGOP. The only challenge I have with NASGOP, and I hope they are not going to fight me after this meeting, is that we are seeing the same person for the last 12 years. And sometimes I ask myself, Banaba bona aba passing now or Wetsala? Because since I arrived in the department in 2014, this is the same secretary, the same chair, the same treasurer. And that is why maybe members can come here and say, you are saying this thing for the first time to us, we don't even know them. But every quarter I'm meeting with them, every quarter without fail, we are sharing all these issues. Ndadera Masige Giola can be my witness. I chair those meetings where I'm consulting with all stakeholders. And when stakeholders come here and say, you are not consulting us, you are telling us, I cringe because I know I try my level best to consult. In some instances, I even call meetings of all SGBs so that I can share our plans at the beginning of the year. So we will continue to consult with you, good people. And I must thank the legislature. This is also another form of consultation as well. So you can raise issues with us and we can take note of all those issues. But an accusation that we don't consult, it's very difficult to accept, but I will accept for sake of progress. Mendlovu raised the issue of soya and fish every day to our children. You know my problem is what, and SGBs, I'm glad you are here. If I can share with you, if I can share with you how many parents are stealing the food of our own children. So, okay. If I can share with you how many people are stealing the food of our children, whether they are teachers, principals. Actually, on Fridays in some schools, if you are making 18, uzobona mabheke laphumayo ngabantu that. So we must not punish the department. We must all of us confront the real problem. And I'm not defending the fish and soya every day. That is a menu that is determined by national, it's not determined by us in the province. And when we raised the issue, we moved from soya and fish and went west. But I got tin fish here, edikilana lili liver. So I say to parents, let's protect what we have and move from protection to improvement. Because if we can't protect what we have, even look at least a chicken, it will be worse yo nyamala on day one. So our ability must be, as all stakeholders, how best do we protect what is due for our children and then move forward? Because my concern, and I'll share with you, and I shared it with the team. You say, banaba just stampali fish, li fruit. But fruit ya tenglo ena ukasije. Why want or inkiwe fela? Ikare kitse di salang di lahliwang batho ba di topa ba di kenya code boxing ba tlo fa banaba rain. So there's a lot of things that must improve in that particular sector. I agree. But the first thing is to protect what we have and then improve. Because there are some service providers that are also in cahoots with some of our officials and give us substandard food for our own children. So it's the entire value chain that needs to be protected. Yes, we may complain about fish. Yes, we may complain about soya. But at least this government, unlike the apartheid government, we're giving something to our children to eat. It might not be enough, but at least there is a will to ensure that there's no child that is within the classroom with an empty stomach. That's the part that I want to emphasize. That let's protect what we have. From protection, we can be in a position to improve on all other issues that have been raised. I've also taken note about learners that need transport. The team is here. Just to ensure that the scholar transport provides support to everyone that need it. But on overcrowding, you know, there are policies that we can come here and defend, but there is reality as well. The policy says I must have 40 kids in the classroom. So should I take a communique to all our schools to say, man figure go 40 per classroom, valana ma gate, don't admit any other person? I don't think we should do that, good people. I don't think we should do that. What we should do is that when we admit more classes, more learners in the classes, let's ensure that we've got a plan to allocate them in another school or build more classroom in other schools. That's the argument I will do. But I will never keep children at home until I finish building a classroom. I will never keep children at home until I've got a more mobile classrooms. We'll rather have all our children within the school premises than have children staying at home being attacked and wrong things being done to those children. So I'm guilty as charged in terms of overcrowding. But my policy is simple. Let they be in the classroom rather than be at home. And that's the policy that I have. If it's unfair to you, I take all the responsibility because I told the managers, there is no child that needs to be in classroom that must be turned back because the classroom is full. Let's have all of them inside classroom and plan from there and allocate them resources better. That's the approach I'm taking. If you feel it's wrong, accuse me, I accept. But I will never keep a child at home because the school is full. I will never keep a child at home because I don't have a desk. I will never keep a child at home because I don't have a textbook. Let them share whatever we have and move from there so that they can get everything. But they are within the school premises. Children are much better within the school premises than being in the streets and unattended. And that's the approach that I want to put. And if parents feel I'm wrong, I'm guilty as charged. But there are many people that prefer to come to Gauteng than any other place. And that is a vote of confidence in terms of our education system. And that's the attitude that I want to take, and I hope you will share that frustration with us. Whose child must be at home because the school is full? Whose child must be excluded because the school is full? What we need to do, those particular schools that are, and that is why we're having a twinning problem, a twinning program. If a particular school, by 30 go class in Renari 60, we must find a way of twinning all those schools so that we can share all these facilities. All these schools belong to all of us. There's no single school that belongs to a special parent or special grouping. These are South African schools, and South African children must be in those particular schools. And that's the attitude that I have on overcrowding. Thabo raised the issue of vandalism. I accept, and that is why I'll always praise our patrollers. You know, our patrollers, even if they don't get the money that they don't get the uniform that they need, our patrollers defended our schools during COVID. If you check what has happened to the train and railway infrastructure and compared to our schools, we were nearly victims like the railway school. Everyone wanted to come to our schools to remove the roofs, the doors, all those things. This patroller stood firm and defended our facilities. That is why we must defend them and give them all the relevant support. If it was not patrollers, our schools would be like railway stations that we have seen. But they defended that, and therefore they deserve our praise. So vandalism must be fought, and vandalism must not be encouraged in our schools. I took note of addressing issues of bullying and racism. You know my stand on racism, so I'm not going to waste time. You know my stand on bullying as well. And is it Ntate Phiri? Thank you so much for being frank and open. Dear parents, if you can't manage your child in your own house, don't expect us to manage your child on your behalf in our schools. It starts in the family so that we can supplement the work that you are doing. But if you have children, I was at Makhali's boarding school. I went there after this portfolio committee went there. I went there unannounced. Children, before they start classes in the morning, badula ka di group inside the school, batsuba di pache. How do you allow dacha smoking learners in a school? That poor teacher is not teaching a sober somebody. The teacher is teaching mathematics, but this one, ushebeleti king, babizantu, umlando kaban but I would metafole. How do you teach somebody who is kamlando nangau tempela in the middle of a classroom? So I really agree with Ntate Phiri, and thank you, Ntate Phiri. If we can't have parents controlling their children, we've lost one battle against order in our schools. There's some children, how can I go to school? How did the parent allow this child to live at Kamhwa Peringati? Ba perimangina, ba beile maruku, mo marawung. We really, I think at one stage, as society, we must find a way of addressing this problem. We can't have a society that say, "Banabarna barpal." It can't be. But it's deeper than that, parents. It's because our children are exposed to wrong things every day, every night when we switch our television set. Every time we switch our from 6:30, ki scheme sami, ki generation, ki the river, and all those things, ki marato, masunana, marobalana. We can't have a nation that is going through that difficulty. So we are not saying artists must be told what not to show our children, but we can do better than that as a country. We can have creative people that can do better than that. And all those things are now harming our education system. You go to taverns tonight, not me. It's our children that are there. On Monday, homework. So I'm saying, Ntate Phiri, thanks for that. We can point a finger at the department, you can point a finger at our teachers, you can point a finger at our SGBs, you can point a finger at our principals. But reality is, there must be another finger that points at you as a parent as well. So collectively, we need to find a better way of attending this problem. We can't have batwa mangina amangata go dikolo le maroko kare atloa di underpene di kontle. There's no order. And I know parent let's a corporal punishment dies a mine. Okay, ki debate on another thing as well. The last part that I want to attend to and resolve, it's what we call quality education, and I'm glad that Auspacey brought it. Good people, the world is not waiting for us. The world is not saying, South Africa, you had apartheid, we'll wait for you. The world is not waiting for us to say, fix your education system first before you can participate in the economy. We must participate in the same world, and we must prepare our children in a world that is very competitive. So I'm pleading with you, good people. Let's stop petty things that disrupt our education. You must not have parents who are angry about nomination ya councillor in a community meeting ya political party engwe. Monday bakwala skolo because banyaka gore councillor abayinyake. We must find a mechanism of ensuring that our schools are as smooth as possible and our children are learning in an environment that is conducive for them to learn and be better people in our country. But I can assure you, our education system is not in a disaster. What we need to do is to protect it and develop in a manner that it can produce best learners in our country. We are the only province where out of every 10 learners that write matric, 8 pass matric and 7 pass with university entrance. We have almost 55,000 children that passed matric last year. We can fill all first-year vacancies in all universities in South Africa. That's the quality of education that we are producing. The only thing we need to do is not to send them to university only, but find them, they get out of university and get jobs and be better young people of our country. Thank you so much, Chair, and I appreciate your attention. I'm really sorry that I will leave, but all my managers are here, and they will be in a position to resolve some of the issues.
Chair,
thanks.
please release.
Okay, I thought that the MEC would have covered majority of the questions. You, all right? It's fine. Yeah, we must stick to the 2 minutes rule. Yeah, I'm going to take 10. I'm going to start one. Okay. Get one per table for now, please. All right, Palmer, 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Emelang. Yeah, come. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, I'm going to cut you. All right? 2 minutes? Yeah. The meeting is still continuing. I don't know what is this commotion at the back there. Go them fast so that we can proceed swiftly. All right. Stopwatch. Stopwatch. After 2 minutes, I'm not going to take it. I'm going to take the microphone. We're proceeding. All right? Because we're also running out of time as well. The officials are all here. Acting TDG. Legastamai, unfortunately, Lona. All right. Ogato Mantad. Before. Can the commotion at the back EM too? Namfaz, if you want to speak, go outside. Not in here. Thank you. Tom Mandat.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Number one, Kihori, I think it will be a travesty of justice if I'm not going to really commend the MEC, Panya Panya. Really, Gauteng Province, as it is, it's a very small province, having a huge population, but continue to do the best. And as parents, we feel, Hore, indeed, we are highly being led by the MEC, Panyaza Lusufi, and there is a political stability with a portfolio chair under Ntatemadume, Chulwane, and of course, John Peace. We really appreciate that as stakeholders. By the way, Mishak Mutibet is my name from Citibank. I want to direct my issues to the acting DDG, Ntatemtlala, and the DDG himself, the lady here. Thank you. Mr. Mtlala, there was a structure called QLTC, under the then MEC Barbara Creasy. Now, I'm kindly requesting that structure to be revived because of the positive role that it used to play. We did not interfere on the day-to-day business in the school, but we ensure that indeed the quality education is adhered to. And we believe that that structure, it has to be revived. Number two is around this nutrition. Portfolio chair, Ribuaka township economy, and we are having an inclusive governance in Gauteng. But these companies, it's at least Andijoban and Babaruna. Whilst there is a community there. I know your role is to play the political oversight. Hence, I'm communicating with the DDG. Kindly, can we have, from NASCO point of view, can we have a discussion, sober discussion around that issue so that we decentralize this thing? At the same time, we beat the commitment of saying township economy. These schools are based in our townships, but the service provider that offer that service, we don't know them. And yet, we call ourselves SGB, governing the school. So I think it's unfair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Tabiso Khadebe. I'm from Citibank region. 2 points just for noting. Let's welcome the presentations. Safe to say, raise the following around the scholar bus transport. This is a good initiative, but what is lacking, given the experience? On the 23rd of February, Ramusukula Primary School, one of the farming school, a scholar bus was involved in an accident. And that thing highlighted the need for the department to normalize the issue of regular inspections in terms of the roadworthiness of those scholars, of those buses. It's very important. The other issue is the whole problem of the late coming. Some of the service providers, they are forever late. The second input is around the infrastructure. Yes, we are seeing what the department is doing, but obviously we understand the limitations of budgets. But for Citibank, there are pressure points. We want, just for this consideration, we want to raise the 2 names of schools that are over 60 years, if not between 50 and 60 years. Seiso Primary School in Bophelong, it's falling apart. Hokare Secondary School in Zone 7, it's falling apart. And we need to be proactive. We want to make this humble appeal to the department to consider them in the planning. My last comment is around the initiative for Career Expo. We can't wait for that to come to our region so that it must help us, for our learners to know in terms of the career of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Acting HOD, DDGs present. My name is Tenji Makubu. I'm the Secretary General of NAHA. We welcome the presentations that we had today. I've got just 3 points. 1 point is that in terms of the EAs, those are young employment that has been given to the schools. They come in and they participate at school and then they get participatory certificate. But there's nothing that says to them they are getting a skill of some sort, because some of them, they're not interested in teaching. So it's just them getting there, getting a 5-month contract. It feels like it's just recycling of youth. It's not proper employment of youth. So we're not eradicating any poverty in terms of this young employment. And then my second point is there was a presentation by GCRA that talks to non-fee and other ordinary schools in terms of applications of bursaries. The first one in the non-fee schools, it was that they apply for to do teaching, but with the other public schools, the first priority is that they want to do doctor's qualifications. So it turns a problem to me to say young people in our township schools, they are not supported enough. They don't value themselves. They even apply to become teachers. And why is that? They apply there because they think when you do teaching, you'll get jobs quickly than getting other things. So in terms of your career guidance, I think you should, now with the drive that is going to start, they need to make sure that they empower our young people, our learners, to make sure that they choose careers better. My last point is of Elsin schools. In Elsin schools, they pay school fees, they pay transport. And with those monies, they take grants that they get to pay for school and for transport. When a child does not pay the school fees or pay the transport, they cannot go to school. So I ask myself a question when the department says that they are providing school transport. Which school transport are they providing? Because all Elsin schools, they pay for transport and they also pay for their schooling, while we have schools which are non-fee paying school for normal schools. And those schools are schools of learners with special needs. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored to be here. I am here to share this young man's story, and I hope with this initiative that we were given, may he be helped, as he is just an 11-year-old boy who's suffered victimization and being hit and grabbed by a teacher. When he was only in grade 3, when he was only in grade 3, his teacher hit him with a textbook, grabbed him, which led to him being scratched, and nothing till today has been done. The mother has been attending disciplinary hearings, and nothing till today has been done. They keep being postponed. He's very traumatized and emotional. He wants to leave the school. And that puts fear in me, because a little boy as he is, an 11-year-old, already wants to leave school, primary school. He's only in grade 6. So we are here to ask that, may you please offer help and make sure that the teacher that did this action to this boy is dealt with in the right way. And he does suffer a little bit sometimes mental health issues. Can we please make sure that it is dealt with in the correct manner? Because he's just a little boy who shouldn't be suffering this much. Thank you.
What is the name of the school?
Brian Evan Primary School.
Which one?
Brian Evan.
No, it's fine. He will write it for us. It's okay.
Brian Evan Primary School.
Yeah, he will write it for us. We'll attend to it. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, HODs, everyone present.
Sorry,
I've just got a few questions that I just need to ask. First of all, a lot was said by the MEC, and it is a pity that he always leaves early when it comes to meetings. The MEC has mentioned that there's a psychology department, but there's a waiting list of 4 weeks for children before they could see a psychologist. Now, what is the use? There is a psychology department and the children don't have access to that department. The other thing is this, We wrote emails, letters to the MEC where children was not accepted because they were not in the system, they were not registered. It took us 2 years to get a boy in. He's now 9 years old and he's now only in grade 1. And his sister is in grade R due to no documentations. Now, everything was offered here on a platter for us, but when you go to the Department of Education, no help has been given to anybody, no help has been given to parents, no help has been given. The HOD of the SGB, we've laid complaints of SGBs that steals money from the schools. We've given evidence, everything. For 2 years, last year, we brought it also to the same committee, but up until today, nothing has been done with those SGBs. They are still serving SGBs and they're still stealing money. Now, for how long is the department going to condone this, that nothing gets done because they think they own the schools? The other thing is this, the school transport has been mentioned quite a bit, where no children has got access to that I am aware of. So we would like to know where does that, and then the other thing is how does the department assist these children with home affairs to get their birth certificates? Where do we go to? Because when you go to the Department of Education, I'm sorry, forgive me, but those people there is not willing to help you. They're not willing to assist you. They just don't care. This is by us, this is our job, and nobody can come and tell them what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're doing well so far. 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Mokitsepo Tinani from Foslores Ekuruleni. Poto tsaka di few fela. Poto one number 1 ke postgraduates the job seekers directed to GCRA. Hore program tse ba di etsang in terms of hore youth e be employable. Ba need or bankento ba ise direct to the companies. That's like the bargaining council so the companies they registered later on. Because joale ha youth e dutse locationing. Ho bana le ntho e tshwanang lore ba ba frustrated ho tetela ho bana le operation tse tshwanang le botutula hore ba tla ba tlo inkela mesebetsi ya bona ka matsoho. So, re kopa gore nke ntwa le ise direct di company tseo, le ise direct go Department of Labor because the stats are very alarming. The unemployment, the job seekers. Question number 2, kore youth emo businessing, including labor me, ra leboa bo mme or at least you are on target ka bona. Empa when it comes to youth le go fatshe haholo, and the question kore challenge e kae, and ho bomme go kae mo letsang hantle ho ka improve ang go lo etse le ka mo youthing. And the last question, hona le sekolo since a wildcat strike. I think last month go force lo ba re ke PT school whereby the student they took upon themselves to ba tswele ka ntle ba lwanela ntho e simple e le gone e lwanelwa ke rona ka bo 90s antse re kena school ne ba lwanela itulo di ditafole because the school se prioritize grade 12 le grade 11 fail. Then the rest of your ba sinka stulo wena ba yo sefa ulo ka kwa creating a coding. So when I again engage yona youth ne itswile le strateng gore what is happening ba principal ha ena dikarabo ha ena next. So please ne re kopa re le engage batho bao. Lastly le ra le wa ka ntho le tlo etsang for di patrollers in terms of patroller school, hopefully ka consider haholo hore le di equipe in terms of ba kgone ba capable or ba emelane le botsodi because gangsterism is high go sekolong, especially na le sekolo for slowas ba re ke mas 12 sane. Gangsterism is very high, even le di betsa. So ha le deploy mme le ntate only 4 people to deal with le batho ba tshwanang le bao, there is a problem because they are not that well trained, but hence ba under ba outnumbered ke di gangsters. In that sense, ke a leboha.
Thank you, Bakhulu. Good afternoon. And my name is Sadi Mutswenyane, and I'm from Kitloditswe Development and Trading. I have been facilitating workshops on asset-based community development in all the 11 municipalities of Gauteng, including other institutions, as well as in Mfuleni and with the municipality. And I was here to actually share about the importance of infusing, or to explore how we can infuse this asset-based community development within life orientation. But that would be, I think, there will be an opportunity that will come forth later. But what I wanted to also just share here, and firstly to also applaud Mepe Sikadi innovations on youth development and youth transition. What is very important within this concept, asset-based community development related to education and schools, is that schools are seen as assets within communities, and not only assets for education, but also assets that can create economic opportunities. I'll just like to give one example. For example, when we do these workshops, we establish that there are so many people in communities who can do certain things, and young people who can sew, who have done designer courses, etc. But there's no opportunity for them. And when you look at the school uniform business, that is actually not benefiting local communities where the schools are based, but they're actually benefiting people who are actually outside those communities. It creates a real challenge. So my question was, why is it not, why is there no policy that makes sure that school uniform is actually produced within the communities where the schools are based, instead of schools buying or parents buying uniform from businesses that are actually out of the community, which actually says that we're actually making the rich get richer at the expense of our poor and marginalized communities. So that was just my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dumelang. Nna ke Emma Motsao ke tswa ko Kalfontein, Ward 92. Ke SGB go Dreikoka Primary School. My question is the mobile classes. We have got a challenge where stronger and speedy children are like learning in one class. So I'm asking myself, if Banaba different language are in one class, produce a grade R. And then again, I want to ask about the Trakaze di Dilivandijore. Since in Nagidula Kalfontein from 2000, it will not deliver 2008 till today. And the other thing is, they are in primary school, they are taking drugs, cat and crystal and nyaupe. And then it's around the school. So what are we doing about those children? Because they end up like robbing people and assaulting teachers. So what I was thinking is, let's work together with the police. And then the other thing again, COVID, ba drop out because never sa tloela hore ba ka dula ba kena sekolo ka matsatsi a latellang. So now ba dropile. Why can't we reach a bit go Kalfontein for bana ba le ba ile reng they still have chance ba kene sekolo ke a lebo.
Sanbonani. Happy New Year. Omela pamwenu Steve Mkunu from Ward 79, Ivory Park Primary School, SGB labo. Ngikale ngibonga nje ngalendlela enisichazele ngayo la. But into ebhlungu ukuthi ngeke zenzeke lezi zinto enisitshele zona la. Why ngisho njalo ukuthi akekho umuntu omonitor lezi zinto lezi ebenikhuluma ngazo ukuthi ngempela ngabe zenzeka. Bengicela ke ukuthi zonke lezi zinto enikhuluma ngazo kube ne team emonitor lezi zinto ukuthi zenzeka na. Le Ivory Park Primary sinenkinga SGB bengifuna ukubuza ukuthi SGB isebenza igcina kuphi? Ngoba iyenza izinto SGB enye team yeni yibuye izocitha zonke lezo zinto ngaphandle kokuthi ikhulumisane neSGB. Ngiyacela bahlonishwa ukuthi uma sikhona esikolweni, uma niye esikolweni hlanganani nathi nikhulumisane nathi. Sokwazi ukuthi sikhona ukuthi sibambisane ngalesa sikolo. Ningazenzeli nje. Ngicela ukuthi leza incwadi lezi ezinomthetho lo. Ngoba sina 11 language. Ngicela ukuthi wonke lama language abekhona lapha kuleza incwadi sikwazi ukubona kahle ngoba nyasibhida ngale English. Ngiyabonga.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is Dineo from Ward 16 Mapetla, and I'm an SGP member of Santa Marina and Mutaneng, which is a primary school. Santa Marina is a high school. I would like to request for the department to bring back religious studies, and if possible, to bring back corporal punishment. The reason for this is that, can I please be given the platform? The reason is that children are really out of order. And being in the SGP, you really get to see this firsthand. The teachers have been given nothing, and everything has been given to the children. Thus, they do as they please. We deal with children who come from dysfunctional families, and they are doing anything to make sure that the school is distracted. Just as we speak, to be practical with you, we had children who are residing in the hostel where we are staying from at Mirafe, and they would threaten the teachers to say they will bring izinkabi at them. So it's a very serious issue that we were dealing with. They were literally distracting school every day. So it's just a request to say, can we bring religious studies? Because I believe it kept us grounded. We know that it was something that was implemented in the apartheid era, but look at where we are today. And because of that, we came out right. Okay, secondly, I would like to touch on the issue of monitoring and evaluation in terms of matriculants who are waiting to receive their ID cards from the department. This for me is also a burning issue because every now and then we have children who have to stay out of class because they have to go and collect, and when they get to the Home Affairs Department, there's a system problem. And already it's a day wasted, and there's no way that as parents we can collect their IDs on their behalf. So for me, as a parent of a grade 12 learner, it is a serious frustration, and obviously I'm advocating for all the other parents who are having the same frustration because some children, this is something I practically experienced. You find that when they are already there, then they feel that there's no point to go back to school, even though there's still enough time. So can we maybe have the department try and liaise with the department?
Thank you. If you still have supplementary questions, we'll do there's a team, we'll just note them down. Okay.
Okay, greetings everyone. My name is Valentino Mahlangu, an SGP in Soweto Almond Technical High School. I'm under Naha. I have only few questions. But before that question, I would like to also notify the leadership that we have a great concern that is happening at Soweto, particularly Sidi Batuto Primary School. I want to bring it to your concern that there is a principal that is bullying staff and parents. You've mentioned clearly that parents should play their 70% role, but parents are denied access to enter into the school and make sure that that 70% is played. For instance, one of the things is food handlers. They are resigning currently as we're speaking. They only have one food handler who is serving close to 365 learners in primary school. There's also some SGP teachers that were employed by SGP. Those SGP teachers, some of them, they have resigned. And those that are remaining, that are needing that money, they are paid late by the principal because of they are paid by the SGB. So that is the great concern that we are having at King Sidiba Tuto. We have reported this matter. The IDSO from Circuit 5, most importantly, Circuit 5 and Circuit 3, not Circuit 5 per se, but Circuit 3, because of I'm advocating for all the schools. So that the IDSO that is there, which is there's a lady who is an IDSO second manager. We had a meeting last month, including the district director was there. We called the district director as Naga to make sure that they meet the parents who have children in that school, including the SGPs. They have promised the parents that they are going to look into this. To date, nothing has been done. Now, the principal, before we close, she came to the school and told the staff there that I'm coming back for you, including everyone who has been on the side of parents in removing me. The parents wanted this thing to be investigated, and if not the principal be chased away, but be relocated to another school, or given a principal a proper training how to govern that school. Because of, yes, we are saying SGPs must govern the school, SGPs must make sure that proper teaching and learning is happening as a basic mandate. We are doing that. Hence, we are calling the district directors and the IDSOs to be involved. But they are failing us, especially the IDSOs.
All right, thank you, my brother.
Okay, I also have one thing.
No.
With regards to LTSM, sorry, Chairperson.
10 seconds.
No problem. With regards to LTSM, you say, yes, you can't chase student learners away from the schools. But the same learners we are overcrowding in the classes, they don't have textbooks. Textbooks are an issue in the schools. And as parents, when children, they don't have textbooks, it becomes very difficult for us to assist the learners with their homeworks. That is a great concern I wanted to also put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dumelang bagolo. Dumelang bagolo, sanbonani dumelang. Thank you very much, at least. Lebitso ke re jeleng Victor Maimel. Ki mo ki ipoeletsa, Chairperson. On the 23rd October 2021, Tsakani Community Hall, I raised this issue. And I was very, very much concerned and worried when I hear when you quote the function and the duty of this committee. But till today, nothing happened. Are we here for a talk show or what? I want to tell you this. I am from Ivory Park Primary School, Ward 79 in Ivory Park, Midrand, under Johannesburg East District. We had 2 posts, 1 for principal, 2 for deputy principal. We ran them diligently, but surprise, surprise, we've been given and imposed with the second best candidate. When we ask the reason why, because we follow all the protocols, all the legislative frameworks, all the laws, instead of getting the answer, the recruitment function of the SGB, the finance were withdrawn from the SGB on the 13th of December 2021. And I mentioned this on the 23rd on second community hall, while we still given where they were testing water by giving us the second best candidates on the deputy principal. And there was an allegation based on that one. But we don't want to deal with the allegations here. We said we are governors. We follow all the protocols. Section 15, Section 16 of South African School Act 84 of 1996. Section 19, Section 22. We're being imposed with Section 25. So now, tell us, what must we do? And we're being disciplined. And we don't want to be misbehaving. And after this, we're going to be told very soon, we're going to be asked or told to go to door. We are leaders. And when we talk here, you said, no, others, they've got a problem because they were standing as the councillors or as political. But here we are doing the justice. But now you are being unfair to us. We are compromising this democracy. We are being democratically elected. And we have done these things diligently with the officials. And our happy here, the MEC was here. Unfortunately, he left. Because you are aware that some of your officials, You know you are not fair, and you are not doing good. But you are keeping it under the carpet. So what do you expect us to do? The next thing you are going to tell us, camera, TV. We don't want to come on the TV, but to do something. We want the first preferred candidate chairperson of the portfolio committee, Matome Shilwan. The first preferred candidate principal. You're interview in daylight. We were sober. There was nothing wrong with us. So please do us a favor. Don't impose to us. Don't threaten us. And we want this function to be brought back. There's nothing wrong we've done, Tate Mutlan. There's nothing. So you don't come. If there's any action, it's supposed to be the district director and even your POS officials. Because they came there, what they did, they imposed us with Section 25 instead of Section 22. Section 22, he said, the HOD will, if it determines anything wrong, he will give us an opportunity to respond. But we were being told, we've been sanctioned with Section 25. And Section 25, you know what it means. It says it's seizing the collapsing of the SGB, which is dysfunctional. We are functional.
No, not really want that.
No, thanks. No, I need the answer set today. Thank you.
Sanbonani? Sanbonani? Okay, igama lami ngumuntu uzango kaManyoni Sibongo, ngisuka Air Force Loras. I'm representing organization ebizwa Wheels of Change, which is an organization for people living with disabilities. Ngizoba based nje kakhulu kuma disabilities. I've heard ukuthi department have employed abantu with disabilities with department, but I'm wondering ukuthi abobani, because thina as NPO which are dealing with those people, asikaze sathola even adverts about those posts. Ngaphezu kwakho konke ke, mina I'm a qualified educator. I'm holding 2 qualifications. But even a single day where ngizo apply kuthiwe ngiyaprioritizwa as uprioritizwa amafunza holders, bursaries holders ne. Why department ingasiprioritize thina abantu abaphila ne disability? Iphutha lethu ukuthi sakhipha imali sayifundela asangafandwa yifunza. Kubhlungu baphathi bami, kubhlungu. Sizofa sibulawa ima mental health issues, sibulawa depression, because we are disabled. We are trying our level best ukuthi si-upskill, siphile impilo. In as much nani niphila, guys. But siya oppressor. Sesifind our disabilities. Kuyiwona manje asilimazayo, imentally yethu isilimele kakhulu ukuthi okay kwenziwa lokho because we are just disabled, siya discriminate thina aba disabled. Sabalekela ukuthi sihambe siyoba ama brigade ezikoleni, only to find ukuthi siyakhishwa because we are SASSA recipients. When ungaphila ngo-1,800 na the entire month ungaka unjengami, disability life is lungu, costly. But siyabonga lo 1.8 esunikezwa government. But it's not enough. That is why si upskill nathi ukuthi sithole something ezosiphilisa sustain empilweni. Siyacela those flyers siyacela guys, siyacela ukuthi nisiphe as ama organization with disabilities, abadila nama people with disabilities, so that sizonikeza abantu bethu sibaningi sifundile, we are qualified, but asitholi indlela yokuthi siqashwe. Ngiyabonga.
Sanbonani. Mina nguthato wakamlekwa ngiphuma eDiang Basadi. Well, I'm going to talk about 2 things. There's like psychologist programs that are put in place in schools. I would like to know how do we access them, because most of our children, they like mentally disturbed because of the suffering they get from endlini and others from teachers also. So I would like to know what programs, how are we able to access them? Because when you go to schools, clinic, you have to wait for like months before a psychologist is. And then my second point is that our programs were SA Youth, we keep on applying, but people renew our contract for people who are already in the program, but they said it's for all youth. But we've been applying. All the people who started with the program are still in the program. And us who have not been there, since I apply and they keep telling us, apply and then we haven't got that opportunity. The next one is that there's a primary school, Matiliso, talking about child development. Matiliso is a Sotho-based school, and that teacher is a grade RR teacher, which is a Pedi woman. And she's teaching abantwana bethu. So my problem is that development yomntwana, language is grabbed there. So whatever this teacher amfundisa yona, uzoyithatha akhule nayo. Because labantwana laba mawufika mawubabulisa bathi thobela instead of saying dumela. And that is what they're going to grow up with, because that is development yabo. Thank you.
Dumelang. Dumelang. Okay, ke Mahaba Abuang. I'm from Gauteng, Ward 49, Gauteng Basadi. But today I'm standing as a parent. Ke hari interact le bana, as in we're not giving the 70% that we should be giving. But now as a parent, I interact le bana baka on a daily basis about the school matters. And then last week I was talking to my daughter. Gauteng High School. She told me that there's a child who's using crack cocaine cutlassy. And then I asked her, why let's report it to the teacher or something? And then she's like, we are scared. She does it when it's a free period. He does it actually. And then he gets drunk. So I'm just thinking, the safety measures, be a bit higher, and it's the patrollers. No, that is not enough. Because last year in EWC, a girl was killed outside the school premises. And then the patrollers, they said it's not their matter because it didn't happen inside of the school. So we are facing issues that are like beyond us. For my pillow at a certain stage. So maybe SAPS be involved, maybe on a daily basis. Let there be something that you buy it. And then another thing that I can say, yes, the resources detain more legislator, more Department of Education. But you guys, who right? Like this thing, there is support given to people with bipolar and depression, but then we are not informed enough about the as parents. We don't get things like access to those things. There are no newsletters to informators to know where to go when there is problems like and like by all means. Thank you.
Sanbonani, okhulumayo umam Sibongile ngibuya eFosloras, South Region, Ward 64. Ngimela njengomzali, njengogogo. Ngizokhulumela ama-NGOs nama-NPOs. Kukhulumekile ngendaba ye-feeding scheme. Yesoya means ne-tin fish. Siyacela ey'koleni labo bantwana bayaphushana for ukuthi bathole lo fish ngoba badependa kukho. And makunama-holidays akukho umntwana okumsizayo. Sicela ukuthi ama-NPOs nama-NGOs niwasize kube nokudla nawo abakutholayo ngoba siyabaphekela end of the day. Bayeza bazoyenza umsebenzi wesikolo because amazali kusasene challenge le DBE. siyangenelela. If it takes ukuthi nisiphe a certain portion ey'koleni, senza kanjani ukuze senze ne-food gardening. Ngoba siyakhuthala, bakhona abantu emphakathini abafuna ukufaka izandla ukuze kutshalwe. Umntwana angadli beetroot ngoba sekuvela isifo noma sekunomshado noma azamela uDisemba. Sikhona singumphakathi siyafuna ukutshala, sifundisa abazali food gardening and sicela ukuthi makune sports esikoleni. Kungabi ukuthi kuhamba umntwana, ba invite nabazali. Nenze indlela ukuthi abantwana mabaya kuma athletes nabazali babe khona. Ngoba end of the day nithi abazali abeze ukuzosupport abantwana. Sicela ke nale ikolo ezikhiwayo ama toilet mabangakwenzi lo. Ngiyabonga.
Commanders, afternoon. My name is Unati Boy, RTT of COSAS and YCLSA in Western Region. We have been sitting here and we listened, but I suggested this, I think it was last year in Silver Stars, yes, to say, can the legislature at least send us PDFs, the stakeholders, those who are going to attend, send the documents that were sliding there on the screen. Can you send them to us 2 days before so that we can be able to come here and discuss issues based on what we already know? Because it just flips like this. You can't see, we don't see anything. You get my point. And again, the department says they are working timelessly and hard. But some of the things, we do not need to work hard. We just need to work smart. First and foremost, number one, the issue of racism. The department is only visible on issues of racism when there is a case. 2, can the department intensify its relationship with the South African Police Service? Because if our students in Model C schools decide that we are standing up against racists now when we are fighting, firstly, there comes the, what is this? EPR. There comes the EPR. They must be reminded their duty, those ones, that you protect the furniture, the infrastructure. You are not bodyguards of these students. Make sure, what you have to do is just to make sure that no property is vandalized. And again, in our community schools, we have a serious issue of gangsterism. When these gangs come and you call the police, firstly they will ask you, "What's hurrying? Do you think I'm going to answer Kibona Panga?" I will answer and say Panga. They take 1 hour, 30 minutes, but go to town, stand outside war school for 5 minutes. You will see 15 vans of police and EPRs. They are coming for you. Either you are wearing a uniform or whatsoever. Now, what I'm crying about, my concern is accessibility and visibility of the department. Can these people be visible? It's a plea. And on the issue of infrastructure, we have our grandparents who are patrollers, are patrolling to safeguard our schools to make sure they're not vandalized. Who is there for our students, for their mental health? Who is there for students who are being bullied by teachers? Black teachers favor students who are intelligent and make those who are middle, let me say, feel like stupid or so on. A teacher telling you straight like, you are useless. Do you expect me to wake up tomorrow, get a school on? And we are coming to end with a showgun in front of these students. I will retaliate. It's young, but I will respond to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session, members of legislature, the department officials, and all the education stakeholders. I'm still Charles Mishak Makwakwa from the Western Region. Mine, Chairperson, I think I have 2 or 3 points here, but specifically from Western. We will never stop fighting for senior secondary, Chairperson. We have been fighting for this school, I think, since from 2007. It's containers. Until today, we've been on media, We've been burning tires. We've been occupying the office of the MEC until today. We are still crying for a school. I want to plea with you, Chairperson of the portfolio, to please pay a visit yourself at your office. Even if it's Monday, this coming Monday, we can accompany you there. Just to go around the school and come back, tell us if you can allow your child to go in a classroom like that one. Kuri uko classing wabala ubona le khotlo le matha mo tlasa container. Ha khuna pula, there's no school because like I can't even describe the situation in that school. Chairperson. Another thing, Chairperson, the SGPs thusang in our schools. There are SGP who are committed and who went there to serve. But there are SGPs who are going there because moto opaletswe ku ba ward committee ko wotong apalwa ku ba mo councilora kuri opaletswe then a bona gore the only opportunity I left with kuri kilo ba SGP Chairperson ke tlo gona o lutha ko sekolong. We can't have SGPs ba tswang ko tronkong no tshwaretswe rape wa jika uba Chairperson wa SGP ko sekolong. We're not going to allow that. And I want to request you, Chairperson, kore ke batla re lo review the process of electing the SGPs. Kore before the elections, we must have nominations first. After nominations, have a vetting process. Yadi nominations. Then read people who have passed the vetting. Ibeba khona ba qualifying for elections. That's the SGP. Because we have a serious crisis. Yeah, this I think it was last year. Go fitla March. Ha gwa rekiwa dibuka ko sekolong because the SGP does not agree with the principal ka service provider because the SGP ibatla the highest what you call, I'm not a businessman, I get it in the highest yona Chairperson, one understand. So haba agree the principal and then go safara bana at the end of the day. Chairperson ke batla uye ko Khuthalang secondary school. Ke batla uye ko Simunye secondary school. Ke batla uye ko TM secondary school and go vet the SGB members in that school. Uboba sure are those people qualifying to be SGB members? Nah. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The last thing that I want to speak about, we have a crisis 3 years back. Yadi Zamazama, go Wedela Technical School. Yes, I'm closing, Chair. Go Wedela Technical School, where the Zamazama Sidikeniko Koskolong, Bautwa cable during the day. And then Mapodisa Haatla, they started shooting so that Bana Bamate around, so that Mapodisa Skahona Hoba peas in it. Until today, it's a technical school, Marakunam Tlakasi Koskolong, the toilets, they are vandalized. Please attend to that, Chairperson. I will be very glad if you can say on Monday you're going to Senior Secondary. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Some of the schools really goes on. We know about them. Acting HOD.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure some of them are concerns. I don't think you need to respond. You must just act on them.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks, stakeholders, for your candid and openness in raising the matters which you are not happy about regarding departmental programs. Chairperson, I won't take long. First of all, I just want to put it on record that over and above the record by or of the portfolio committee, we also have our own scribers. Therefore, all matters raised in this particular session have been recorded. And I must say, Chairperson, that some of the issues raised by the stakeholders today, we are aware of them, we've been working on them, and we can give feedback on them as and when we are ready to give feedback, but I'll respond on some of the matters. And I know DDG, PCC also, and then infrastructure has been the key issue. I'll also allow Ntate Baloyi to respond. But starting with infrastructure, Chairperson, I categorize them without responding to individual people or comment makers. The first one is about infrastructure. On infrastructure, I just want to indicate that as we speak now, we've got 9 schools which are under construction across the province. There are some areas, we've got over 1.7 billion budget, which we spent this current year. We have received 1.7 plus, which is allocated from the 1st of April. And there are various areas which are earmarked for building schools, and West Rand is one of them, Oliven is one of them. Oliven, maybe in particular, where you used to have the old Sishiho Secondary School, which was a mobile. There will be a brick and mortar build there. It has been earmarked, and we know that Oliven is a growing area. But broadly speaking, in terms of the mobiles, we had a tender which was issued, it has been concluded, and from the 15th of April, all the areas which are under pressure in terms of classrooms or learners will be receiving mobiles. And Ntate Baloyi has got the details to ensure that all these matters which you raised regarding space are tackled. We spoke also about issues of patrollers. The patrollers, as MEC indicated, we are limited to 12 months contract. We can't go beyond that. And that particular contract is managed by the Department of Community Safety. That is why from 1 April, they need to make sure that new contracts are entered into, and then the services are provided accordingly. Maybe to some of these issues, Chairperson, I'll just run through them, and the details we can provide later. One, QLTC is still a program of the department. It's a national program, and it's still a program which we are implementing. We are aware that there was a lull, but it will be resuscitated soon, and you will feel us on the ground. The issue of the National School Nutrition Program, the localization element, most of you are complaining about the quality of food, but also the participation of the local people in the nutrition program. Indeed, that particular program, when we advertise it, we encourage localization in terms of provision of some of the aspects which you can provide from local areas. But this is a tender process, and tender process in most cases, we don't interfere with them, we let the process run its course, but the message has been registered to say, what about the quality? And remember, the standards of that particular food is determined at national level. But the issue of localization and the service providers we are contracting, we are in charge of it, and we look into it. Transportation challenges in terms of late coming of buses, the overcrowding, etc. This year, and it will continue the next financial year, we have made sure that these buses get monitored. And their monitoring comes in various formats, not only during COVID, but also in terms of cleanliness of the buses, the time they arrive at school, and all those matters, including compliance in terms of registration of these cars. And we've got 1,100 monitors to track these bus conductors and drivers that they are delivering accordingly. The other matter, Chairperson, which we're noting in our schools, the issue of discipline, bullying, you mentioned not only amongst learners, but also by teachers and principals. Those kind of matters, we are noting them, and I don't want to respond to them individually, but we've got programs as a department to deal with these matters which are of challenge in our schools, including drugs. But the message we are receiving today, which you are hearing loud and clear, is that you do have programs, but your programs, one, are not visible, or are not properly communicated, or are not having the required impact. And I think that message is received well, and we will ensure that we deal with them. We've got individual names of the schools which have been raised here, they've been recorded, and we'll prioritize them in terms of monitoring. I also got worried, Chairperson, when one parent indicated here that there are some learners who are in Elsen schools and they are forced to pay even though they cannot afford to pay. In our policy as Education Department nationally, even if you are in a fee-paying school and you cannot afford to pay schools, there are processes and forms which you need to take to the principal to apply for exemption for paying schools, especially for ELSA learners, which is a special category of schools that cannot be accepted, and that particular detail of the school has been noted. We'll appreciate if you could give us the name of the learner so that we can help and facilitate these processes. We are quite aware that we've got good policies, pro-poor policies in our system, but their implementation at local level may not be according to our desire. Therefore, we need to keep on monitoring and ensuring that we align them accordingly. There was also a broad question about how is the department monitored on its implementation of programs on daily basis. And this particular committee is one of the oversight committees which is monitoring us, over and above the Department of Basic Education and other departments which are also overseeing the programs which we are delivering. Again, Chairperson, going to the issue of localization in terms of uniforms, introducing religious education in schools, and those other matters. These matters, in most cases, are governed at national level. The Provincial Department of Education is not providing uniforms from the center. The uniform policies determined in terms of the policies nationally at school level. Therefore, the complaint or the issue we are receiving is to say, encourage through maybe SGBs, the schools to procure the uniforms or to encourage the local community to provide uniforms for those schools. And I think that can also be driven from the school level because policy allows the school to determine the uniform policy. But as far as the subjects, that is a national policy, and we may want to use the structures available to us through SGBs and through us as a provincial department to influence policy at national level. What made me worried, particularly myself as the head of the HR section within the department, is the issues you raised about recruitment and selection processes within the department. One, prioritization of people with disabilities, which is our policy. We prioritize people with disability. Even in our adverts, we say people of disability will be given preference. And if they're not given preference or they're deliberately being sidelined, it's a worry to me, and we need to deal with this particular matter. And that lady who spoke here, Muntuza, about the situation, being a qualified educator, and again, not being prioritized, we need to look at it specifically as an example of our commitment to advancing the cause of our people who are living with disabilities. And the issue that I forgot your name, from Ivory Park, about the appointment of the principal and deputy principal in Ivory Park. We received your appeal. I know about this particular case of the appointment of the principal and the deputy principal, and the SGB, I know SGB appealed. Remember, once a decision is taken which was not in line with the preference of the SGB, the SGB or the interviewing panel has got the process of appealing to the MEC. And I noted that at some stage, I think it was last month or 2 weeks ago, we received an appeal from the SGB to the MEC, and that particular appeal, I think, is receiving attention if it's not yet responded to. Of the appointment of the principal in particular, the deputy principal also, I'm hearing about it, but that particular process will receive a fair process of assessment because you appeal to the chief of staff and the chief of staff takes it through the MEC's office. And that appeal has been received, and I can confirm that it will definitely be attended to. And all these recruitment processes or queries are dealt in line with the policies of the department without oppressing anybody and without creating any impression that we've got preference of certain individuals because we don't know them. You do the shortlisting at local level, you do the interviewing at local level in line with the policies, and you make recommendations to the HOD. And HOD, on the basis of the information provided to him by the district or by other processes, if there's any gap, HOD has got a discretion and also to make a decision. And that decision is not final because we've got an appeal process through the MEC, and appeals have been received in that particular area of work. The issue of Muntuza in terms of organizations dealing with disability, we are noting that, but I'll also want to get more details from Muntuza about this issue of being an educator and being discriminated, and the issue indeed of Funza Lushaka graduates being prioritized. Indeed, is a policy, but a person of disability also needs to be prioritized. Lastly, Chairperson, is all the issues relating to psychosocial services, the issues of principals not dealing or managing schools accordingly, particularly the school of Masijiso, which has been raised. Binkatleho will respond to that specifically. But lastly, Chairperson, I also want to respond to the issue of documentation, to say it has been noted, and I'm assuming that documentation which we shared today will be also shared with the stakeholders. Mr. Makoka's issue about West Rand, I hope that West Rand and the land issue for the school in that particular area, you can respond to it, and the issues of the quality and the commitment of SGB members in schools, particularly the names of the schools you mentioned about Simunye, Kotalang, etc., has been noted, and we'll check accordingly. Chairperson, if you allow me, maybe just to allow MEPC 1 minute or 2 minutes to add on the youth development part, and allow on the infrastructural aspects of things that the Baloi to take 2 minutes also, through you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting HOD and Chairperson, and to the comments and the questions that were raised. We take them as comments that we would strengthen our processes as we go forward. We are, one of the things that's outstanding or stood out for me is the issue of skilling of our EAs, and we are looking into that to ensure that they at least have some skills that they can exit with after they have participated in the program, but also not to devalue the fact that just having been on that program is good on its own, because it's an addition on their CV that shows that they have been participating in the labor market. We are seeing a lot of our young people on that program exiting the program to go to better employment opportunities, and we are happy that we gave them a footing in the labor market in that regard. But we are, funding permitting, we are looking at giving them more skills in addition to what they are doing in the schools. Thank you. But the issue of rotation of the EAs, we do realize that there are many young people who have applied, but they are not necessarily getting the opportunities. It's a very complex issue, and I would not want to venture into the details on that here, Chairperson. But we do try to rotate as much as is possible, but we must also remember that those young people who are in those programs as well, some of them deserve to go a little bit further, because it is about empowering them. If we had the wherewithal, we would put all young people into the programs, but unfortunately we are not able to, and that is why one of the things that we are also doing is engaging private sector to ensure that we create as many opportunities for our young people as is possible. But it is what it is. We are trying our level best. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chairperson. If I can take Ntatebalo for 2 minutes.
Chairperson, good afternoon once more. There were 4 items that I think were not responded to from an infrastructure point of view. One of them was an issue raised by Ronnie about details of what we presented in terms of listings of projects that have been completed and what is in the pipeline. Chair, we can make that available through the Secretariat of the committee so that it's shared with all the stakeholders. The second issue was an issue raised by Tami. He was asking a question around skills, but also mentioned this particular school called Kwapalo in Midlands. Chair, we have to go to that school, make an assessment, and I think we will have to also give the committee a report on how we prioritize it going further. The other issue was on general issues in Bramfisher around patrollers being not sufficient, but also it has an impact on school infrastructure and us having to look at maintenance issues in those schools in Bramfisher. Chair, I won't respond to all of them, in particular school by school, because they are similar in nature, but it requires us to action or do some things in those schools. Chair, the other issue was on an issue that was raised by Tabiso from Sidibeng in us paying particular attention to Seiso and Khokare schools that need major rehabilitation, or he used the term they were falling apart. So there may be occupational health and safety issues that we have to attend to. Chair, there was also an issue raised by Emma from Galfontein around overcrowding, but it was also linked to one mobile or one classroom being used as an offering for 2 home languages that are offered in that school. So what I could draw from the chair was that there are additional mobiles that are needed at Galfontein primary school. Chair, the other issue, so the issues, Chair, that are related to maintenance, I've made note of them and will attend to them. But the last issue was related to Simunye Secondary School, Chair, which was raised by Charles. Chair, the school is a replacement school in a different site that is implemented on our behalf by GDID. The last report that we got at the end of February was that the procurement process had concluded. In fact, there was a recommended contractor for the school. We are just waiting for handover on the site, and then the contractor will start working on the school. So as far as those that I identified, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Valo has done it. Maybe just, Chairperson, for the record, so that the record of this committee is accurate, the appeal regarding Ivory Park principal and deputy principal went through the Office of the Public Service Commission. So it's handled by the Public Service Commission as we speak.
No, Chair. Before you take over, I want Charles, by the issue of Simunye Secondary School, I want the acting HOD to repeat what Mr. Baloye said about that school, so that the meeting can be on record. Because the burning of tires in Beggersdal of that school, it's what is in my heart, because I'm from that region. Because according to the report which we are getting, there is a land identified and secured, and the construction company is going to build that school. It's going to be finalized by the end of April. So the school will be built. So the HOD must just confirm to our meeting that that chapter of Simunye Secondary School will be closed very soon. And that will be a good achievement for the department and the people of Western. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe Mr. Baloy, let him confirm the dates. I know Simunye is a priority for us as a department, given the long period in which this particular challenge in terms of infrastructure we've experienced in that particular school. Mr. Baloy, just confirm the dates or the month in which this school will be completed, so that it's on record. We know it has been our Achilles heel for years.
Chair, once more, thank you. Chair, in terms of the completion dates, we wouldn't be certain to give them out because it also depends on how the contractor will perform. But the report that we had received from TDID was that this was an open tender process. It went through an evaluation process. It was adjudicated, and there was also a recommendation made for a contractor to be appointed. What we then were told, or the report indicated, was that everything that is related to procurement in this project has been done or completed. What they were looking at was contractual issues with the recommended bidder or the recommended contractor or the winning bidder in this case. And on that basis, the appointment would be made. And once appointment is be made, they will then do a site handover. The indications that they had given to us was the end of April 2022. But in terms of confirming that, we can actually maybe request that confirmation from TDID and submit it to the committee in writing. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are done.
Thank you. And the issue of this young man.
Oh, yes, thank you, Chairperson. I dealt with it in a broad sense. Given the nature of the situation, we have taken the details of the young man and the parent, and we are going to prioritize this case. I'm told it happened when she was grade 3. He's now grade 6. It cannot be. We are going to intervene from the head office because at the moment it's being handled at school level. We need to know what is happening. We need to conclude it as soon as possible and ensure that the young men also get the proper counseling.
No, Chair, we are not taking that route. Through you. The mother, you are the mother. You must take the contacts of the chairperson of the committee. While he's busy, if he's not doing his work, it's us who are going to make him to do his work. So now his committee is going to prioritize your case. How about jiva, ufonela chairman? Then we come on the department. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. No, it's fine. We will address it. I think we are almost at the end of our program. We're going to request Honorable Mkwebo to Arlebohe, and then we'll take it from there.
Thanks, Chair. I think le khonobona or rona ratla di political party mona. Le ampone ka peritsa jwang ke baraka le chairperson ya ka mona. Re kgethilwe ke setjhaba sa Gauteng to run the Parliament of Gauteng, the Department of Education. Re serve go committee education a ratla di politiki mo. Ours is about the kids of this province. But Chair, I need to raise this with our stakeholders. Protect our schools. It's very painful what you are doing to our schools in the townships. How can a school can be banned in front of your eyes and no one is arrested, no one has been taken to the police, no one is taken to account on banning out for our schools? These schools are not chalete stakeholders, arena budget. Arena chalete akhadikolo as Gauteng government. We prioritize building the schools because our kids are banadikolo. But we as community, onale mono mongona bulalamo, wabo fellow, I challenge the parents. Our parents must point fingers on them. Kumoratili aolo mono. Because when we go as portfolio committee to our schools, we find parents who doesn't attend meetings called by the SGBs and the principals and the teachers. But when there is problems, it's parents who speak most, but are not involved in their education system of their kids. Charity begins at home. So we need real parents. Marona, teacher we don't want these parents who condone ill discipline of their kids. Ill discipline is ill discipline. It must be isolated. But Lona today, Chairperson Lebo, on behalf of the committee, Department of Education accounts to us. Department of Education, I want to go HOD, acting HOD. Karasa solve it awele meola. Ito tamo Rona committee, mo araloke mo. Rona re kgethilwe ke lona a re kena mona ka qualification ya skolo. We were voted by you to defend your rights as community of Gauteng against the department, against anyone who's going to abuse you in terms of schooling system. That's our work. We are here for that. So, I'll be lady Tawachalo Namo. And then HOD is Mr. Come here. And then, do you know your work or you want us to put you in suspension? I can tell you, I'm a chairperson, the last thing, really, go school and say, Siwakamo Pitori Kamol. Ratelwa ke bariki batho ba gata mo di gate timba. Patrollers. I carry retla unannounced as a committee. How receive when I tell. Immediately we fired that person. Because we are the employer. Don't treat people based on colors, based on status in our public institutions. You must treat each and every person with the same respect which you give each and every one. Once you display that attitude in front of our eyes, we deal with you decisively immediately there. We call HOD, remove that person. So, Rona Kaufela. Let us be proud of the Department of Education of Gauteng. They've been performing well. We are proud to have them. They've got their own shortfall where we are assisting them, and we're working together with the MEC of Education of Gauteng, Panyaza Lesofi. The most reliable MEC, when you call him, when you've got an issue in a school, he reacts immediately and goes there physically himself. So this committee, we are proud to have him in this department because we want people who can react. Last thing, let's go and work together and build one united Gauteng. Bana ba ke bana ba rona. Let's go back to Ubuntu. Ngwana olo o shapilweng ka buka ola. Ha ke mo lebeletse ke bona ile ngwana ka ola. I feel a pain. That's what Ubuntu it is. Trying to feel a pain now when the issue is dragging for the past 3 years. There's a relationship of a principal and teachers in our schools. We are going to deal with them, and then I'm going to get the report, chairman from the acting HOD. That's how we operate. We'll even visit the school. Our team, they are there. They know how we operate. Where there's problems in the schools, we visit them. The last thing. Makura. Barunal skolo se awa kamola vale kamola. Resantri die meeting wa runale department, research department anakwa. Le monolo infrastructure na le mo la baloi. Remuisa ko skolo sa o akere. Asebone. Then uta khono diang to resolve those things. Our chairperson of committee or Rutile Onantori Kena from 2019. Where there's problems in the schools, we hold our meetings with the department. Let's call ourselves Munya secondary chairperson. Sako Beggars Dal. You remember it? Kis kolo sela sari container ka Beggars Dal sela. Ma teacher aona ba saba abakon lo rala le dithaku ba kena mo skolo se. We once and have our own meeting there. We know what we talk about because we must visit the communities and feel what our people feeling. Ari tsamayeng hantle, re tshware hantle Gauteng re a le rata. Le rona le re rate. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
All right, the meeting is adjourned. Safe trip.